They will be done here in Focus. That is website.
Boa tarde a todos. Eu farei uma breve apresentação em português, mas disponibilizaremos aí o texto em inglês para a compreensão da audiência internacional. Good afternoon, everyone. I will give a brief presentation in Portuguese, but we have made the text available in English for the understanding of the international audience. Meu nome é Juliana Ora e venho em nome de meus colegas organizadores do evento, os professores Cristina Cormichiari e Wagner Porto, fazer a abertura do primeiro Seminário Internacional Global e Local, Contatos Mediterrâneos e Materialidades. Os estudos de arqueologia do Mediterrâneo no Brasil possuem um caráter particular no que diz respeito às linhas de pensamento teórico-metodológicas. Nossa formação colonial como um país periférico e multiétnico nos permite refletir sobre questões simbólicas e religiosas, urbanísticas e territoriais, de poder e de produção a partir de um ponto de vista local que contribui significativamente com o debate internacional. Da mesma forma, é relevante destacar a contribuição que os pesquisadores estrangeiros e de outros estados do Brasil que participam do evento proporcionarão aos estudantes brasileiros, possibilitando a reflexão sobre novas questões teórico-conceituais e instigantes estudos de caso atualmente em discussão. Os dados históricos e arqueológicos a serem apresentados e tratados no evento partem de uma proposta interdisciplinar, que busca um diálogo substancioso entre a academia e a sociedade. Assim, nosso evento pretende promover um olhar voltado para a compreensão das relações diversas, plurais e interconectadas no Mediterrâneo. Ao trazer reflexões sobre o Mediterrâneo que ainda não foi totalmente explorado nos estudos das humanidades no Brasil, buscamos contribuir com um novo olhar, a partir de perspectivas que combatam a visão colonialista da história consolidada por grupos privilegiados, dando voz a outros grupos envolvidos no processo. Está em voga estudar os modos de interconectividade no mundo mediterrâneo. O recente interesse em teorias de redes, impulsionado pela comunicação nas mídias sociais, acrescenta muito a essa abordagem. Por outro lado, as abordagens locais mostram uma faceta pós-hiperconectiva, que nos permite pensar nas transformações e resultados locais proporcionados pelas redes. A questão é, como as sociedades mediterrâneas responderam e respondem às mudanças no mundo ao seu redor? Em sua avaliação do mundo, as cidades no Mediterrâneo se mostraram, em grande parte, autorreferenciais e sociocêntricas. Autorreferenciais porque suas tradições se agrupavam em torno de si mesmas, e sociocêntricas porque suas visões se baseavam em leituras voltadas para o interior, sancionadas pela compreensão predominante da própria comunidade. Os estudos de globalização reconhecem a importância do local como um grupo onde os vínculos de conectividade traduzem a vida real das relações sociais. A teoria das redes não anula os estudos do localismo, ao contrário, reforça as complexidades da chamada dialética global. A visão comum é atribuir ao local a capacidade de formular apenas contra-estratégias para se defender do avanço global. Os estudos arqueológicos desconstroem essa visão errônea ao chamar a atenção para os ambientes e espaços discursivos, como os marcadores de culto, que não estão confinados ao lugar, mas se relacionam com ele, trazendo elementos de laços fortes, simbolicamente significativos e mutáveis no contexto das relações de contato. Os impactos profundos, as novas ideias, os pactos de confiança, entre outros elementos de memória, influenciam as narrativas locais, permitindo mudanças sistêmicas mais amplas. Este evento acontece no escopo do Museu de Arqueologia e Etnologia da Universidade de São Paulo, um museu universitário que, como tal, tem como pilares 3 eixos: pesquisa, ensino e extensão. Assim, nenhuma de nossas atividades escapa a esse escopo, envolvendo, além de alunos, a equipe técnica, o pessoal do educativo e a disseminação do conhecimento proporcionado, seja pelas palestras apresentadas, pelas discussões suscitadas ou pelas publicações diretamente ligadas ao evento, como anais, além de disponibilizar conteúdos nos sites e plataformas dos laboratórios envolvidos. O LAP, Laboratório de Arqueologia Romana Provincial, e o LABECA, Laboratório de Estudos sobre a Cidade Antiga. Sobre a dinâmica do evento, para uma melhor compreensão de todos que acompanham tanto presencial como virtualmente pela transmissão via YouTube, durante o momento das perguntas do público, procuraremos traduzir para o português questões feitas em inglês, assim como traduzir para o inglês questões feitas em português. As transmissões via YouTube terão legendas adicionais posteriormente, em português para as apresentações em inglês e em inglês para as apresentações em português. O importante é que, ao fim e ao cabo, todos os participantes consigam acompanhar as palestras e discussões realizadas. Para finalizar, gostaríamos de agradecer imensamente aos professores brasileiros que muito abrilhantaram o nosso encontro: Pedro Paulo Funari, da Unicamp, Gilberto Francisco, da Unifesp, Fábio Morales, da Universidade Federal de Santa Catarina, Paulo Duarte, da Universidade Federal do Rio de Janeiro, Belchior Monteiro, da Universidade Federal do Espírito Santo, Rafael Escopacasa e Marcelo Cândido, da Faculdade de Filosofia, Letras e Ciências Humanas da Universidade de São Paulo, Maria Isabel Fleming, Maria Beatriz Florenzano e Lilian Lack, do Museu de Arqueologia e Etnologia da Universidade de São Paulo. Do mesmo modo, agradecemos os professores estrangeiros que aceitaram participar de nosso evento: Hans Beck, da Universidade de Münster, Alemanha; Tamar Odoz, da Universidade de Sydney, Austrália; Stefan Johannes, da Universidade Lumière Lyon, França; Julieta Stenhauer, da Universidade de Londres, Reino Unido; Erika Anlica, da Escola Britânica de Atenas; Pitilieva, do Instituto de Estudos dos Balcãs e Centro de Tracologia, Bulgária; Amália Avramou, da Universidade Demócritos da Trácia, Grécia. Agradecemos também aos colegas que aceitaram mediar as mesas, promovendo o debate, e aos que compuseram a comissão científica do evento. Agradecemos imensamente pelo apoio logístico e financeiro da diretoria e dos funcionários do MAI, do Programa de Pós-Graduação em Arqueologia do MAI, e da equipe de administração da Poli-USP. Por fim, gostaríamos de agradecer a todos os esforços de nossos alunos, sem os quais esse encontro não aconteceria. Bem, é isso. Bom evento a todos. Have a good event, everyone. Agora, chamo para compor a mesa a professora Maria Beatriz Borba Florenzano, que mediará a mesa intitulada Novas Tendências Teóricas Global e Local. Obrigada.
Você não vai chamar os outros professores, eu chamo. Okay? Thank you very much, Juliana. And this is the first round table. And I'm calling Tamar. No, it's first. All the 3 of us can come here? Sure. Okay. Yes, that's what I thought. For the transmission, it will be okay for the 3 of us to be here? Yes? Okay, Fábio, Tamar, Hans, good. Please.
Sit here.
Have a seat. Yes. Do we have enough chairs?
Well, another chair.
Yes.
I
believe this way, in the transmission, everybody will see who is going to speak. Okay, thank you very much. I want to thank especially Tamar. Did you come from Australia? I know, only from Athens. Oh, it's far enough. And Tamar Rodos from the University of Australia, of Sydney in Australia. Professor Hans Beck from Münster, University of Münster, and Fabio Morales, our colleague from the University of Santa Catarina. Federal University of Santa Catarina. Yes. So this table is a theoretical, methodological table, and I'm hoping very much to learn a lot here, because I am from the old school. So local is something new for me. And the first one to talk, Hans Beck from the University of Münster. The title of his communication is What is Local in the Ancient Greek Mediterranean? Thank you very much for coming, and thank you very much for your talk.
Thank you for having me.
Yes.
And thank you for this wonderful invitation to your wonderful university.
Well,
I have arrived about 2 days ago and enjoying every minute ever since my arrival early in the morning on Sunday morning on a flight from Europe. I'm very happy to be with you, all of you. I'm meeting some old friends, but mostly new faces and making new connections with people on this continent. By means of explanation, how do I run my PowerPoint? Do I just flip through with these? What is local in the ancient Greek Mediterranean? We all realize that ancient Greek culture was subject to widespread networks of exchange in the Eastern Mediterranean and beyond, obviously. It was a hybrid, albeit a creative one, shaped by its rootedness in Hellenicity as much as by contact, conversation, and connection with other cultures. If everything was hyperlinked, directed, and energized by the power of entangled cultures, such a constellation quickly triggers a set of immediate and immediately relevant questions. What was the local horizon of and within that world? How and what cultural quantity do we address when we actually speak of the local horizon? What is it that we imply by this? How was this local substantiated in material culture, literary expression, and cultural tradition? And what roles did issues of scale and relation play also to other spatial arenas? So in my paper today, I will first elaborate on an operational definition of the local, how it is both a stage for and an analytical device in approaches toward human agency. I will then unpack this definition along 3 different trajectories. Each one of these takes my operational definition as a point of departure to substantiate the notion of local and localness. Number 1, I will accentuate the idea of local meaning. Number 2, I will trace in exemplary fashion how objects that floated through this realm constituted an objectscape that encapsulated and articulated ideas of orientation and belonging. And third, I will discuss how the local wielded impact upon non-local realms, how corresponding cultural practices and traditions not only magnified ideas of local attachment, but how this shaped the world beyond their local horizon. Each of these 3 steps draws on distinct bodies of sources. Number 1, literary traditions. Number 2, quite naturally, material objects. Number 3, the complex matrix of ritual and cultural and cult practice. But first, on to an operational definition. Studies on globalization have fostered not only all new understandings of what the global is, but they also brought to the table new perspectives on the local. Globalization scholars such as Arjun Appadurai have, for instance, argued for globalization as a convoluted, nonlinear process that runs in the direction from bottom up rather than top down, which makes the local, bottom up, prime feeder of globalizing processes. As such, the local is a vibrant, dynamic quantity shaped by a polyphony of voices, rich in difference, distinction, and diversity, status, background, and orientation. The local, as my esteemed colleague Tamar Haras has put it, is indicative of precisely the, quote, multi-coded nature of cultural materials and beliefs, end of quote, that are so typically associated with global phenomena. So intertwinement between local and global has, of course, been voiced ever since the term glocal was first coined in the 1980s. That's an ancient history timeline to indicate both the interdependence and simultaneity of both universalizing and particularizing currents. Recent globalization theory takes this further in that it complicates the typical dichotomy or opposition of local-global and the amalgamation of both glocal strands by means of an all-new ontology. The new local-global implicitness, the one being implicit in the other and vice versa. This new local-global implicitness draws on qualities and capacities that push the lived environment of the local to the fore. While local is obviously an imagined realm, a production of minds and discourses that bracket human agency with and anchor it within a fictive frame of reference, this imagination doesn't make the local any less compelling. On the contrary, local is rich in meaning and conviction precisely because it lacks limits and definite demarcation. Local is malleable, and local is subject to ongoing negotiation between people and the place that immediately surrounds them, both the ecological world and the socio-cultural world. Now, with this terrain somewhat surveyed, the first section of my exercise to substantiate these remarks explores how local space generated local meaning. Greek literature of all ages was, of course, fascinated with the physical entrenchment of culture. Ever since Homer's poetry, we detect a curious interest in place and local practice and the translation of their interplay into a deliberate environmental localism. Take the Phaeacians that enjoyed an unfailing abundance in the Odyssey, which derived from their fertile fields as much as from good governance. Or the famous lotus eaters, consumers of intoxicating flowers from a rich land that sent them to peaceful apathy. While the infamous Cyclops lacked every societal advancement whatsoever because of their wild environment and the way they deal with this. Arguably, these examples are drawn from remote fantasies of the Mediterranean world, but the same curiosity in place shines through in the portrayal of historical, that is, of real locations. Countless examples in the Homeric epic identify cities with topographical markers that evoke images of a real environment. In this might have sort of changed some of its formatting, but you'll still get the message. And I'm not going through all of this, but in the catalogue of ships, Calydon is steep, Aulis stony, Hermione a deep gulf, etc., etc. Lilaia lies by the springs of noble Kephissos. Pyrrhasos in Thessaly was flowery, Haliartos grassy. If you've ever wondered, while Ptelos's meadows were deep in grass. Famed for walls, well built, rich in flocks. Other cities were renowned for fair women, warriors well skilled in fighting, or horses best by far. In each of these examples, local distinction was highlighted by the amalgamation of place and human practice. By the 5th century BCE, it had become an established intellectual exercise to evoke lists of local distinctions in the form of literary chains that were as elegant as they appeared erudite. From the Taygetus, Pindar reminded his audience, came the Laconian dog, the smartest creature for chasing down prey. Goats are good from Skyros, where their milk is best. Arms in Argos, the chariot in Thebes. From Sicily, the splendid fruit seeks sophistically manufactured a mule car. Chains like this appear over and over again. Place and culture. The comic poet Antiphanes enumerated that, quote, from Elis comes the cook, from Argos the cauldron, from Phlius the wine, from Corinth bedspreads, fish from Sicyon, flute girls from Aegion, perfumes from Athens, and eel from Boeotia. Just on. Enumerations such as these were subject to context and convenience. I understand that. From the late geometric period, ancient Greece was a world on its feet, one in which the advancement of culture was inspired by vibrant connections, competitions, cross-fertilizations between settlements near and far. Decided associations between place and cultural expertise were therefore mostly stereotyping vignettes that allowed for both the quick recollection and for orientation where we are in our narrative. The mindset behind the technique, however, is revealing. It documents close attention and gives into a voice to the omnipresent diversification of culture, fragmented and broken up into small units that each fostered their own identity of place. The idea of small place as a nexus of meaningful communal interaction is also prominent in Greek political thought. In the later 6th century BCE, Phokylides of Miletus notoriously praised, quote, the small polis on a rock as a source of social meaning because it provided its inhabitants with purpose and mindfulness, even if they lived in actually a not so nice place. Heraclitus, who was an acclaimed polymath from Taras, was said to have established the theoretical foundations of studies in place and the ontological quality of place. If only we had Heraclitus's work. We don't have it. One generation later, however, the field was in any case altered by Aristotle, according to whom one of the main characteristics of the polis was that its people lived in a common locality where they shared laws, engaged in economic activities, and had sex. In Aristotle's view, communal action was at the heart of the polis, hence the emphasis on various types of human agency. Yet in order to play out in a purposeful manner, politics, economics, religion, lovemaking, etc., all of this, in order to play out in purposely fashion, all of this had to take place in a community that lived and required a definite place around it. Again, in Aristotle's word, the condition of a good polis did not commence unless its participating members, quote, all inhabited one and the same topos, the same place. Beyond its formative quality to provide the canvas for communal agency, place demarcated both the origins and justification for all communal activity. This was also the case if and when communities heralded their relation to place since time immemorial. In the most marked variant of this version, they derived from the location of their settlement itself. Hence, they were autochthonous communities. The call for autochthony articulated powerful ties between people and the land, obviously. The notion appears as a universal paradigm that can be traced in various civilizations and across different periods of time, but as a particular variant of the broader concept of indigeneity, autochthony is also very specific to the culture that nourishes that particular idea. It has been a commonplace to interpret the claim for autochthony in ancient Greece as one strategy of city-states, among many, in their quest for recognition. Such interpretations are inspired by Athens and the claims of the city's autochthonous nature. On the road to the Battle of Salamis, many of you are aware of that situation. The Athenians argued that, quote, we can demonstrate that we have the longest lineage of all, and we alone among the Greeks have never changed our place of habitation, end of quote. In the debate over military leadership, such a claim for autochthony was a powerful tool. The theme also occurred in the genre of funeral orations, where it reminded citizens that they lived in one community of faith with one common ancestry. Following this avenue of interpretation, Nicole Leroux has taught us that the notion of autochthony created a mental interface between citizens and the democratic polis, fostering the idea that all Athenians were ultimately and equally born of Mother Earth. Such kinship strengthened the ties among both male and female citizens. Readings of autochthony, such as the ones of Leroux, consign the topic to the realm of big politics, democracy and warfare, the like. Just as in the Athenian discourse with autochthony as something that's superior to migration, so too was democracy superior to oligarchy. In their succinct discussion about Greek autochthony, Peregrine Horden and Nicholas Purcell, in their follow-up volume, not in The Corrupting Sea, but in the second one 20 years later, recently argued that the Athenian example and the Athenian claim was erratic. It's very important for Horden and Purcell that this is an exception. They are dismissed, those claims, those Athenian claims are dismissed by Horden and Purcell in their inimitable rhetoric as, quote, some less ambitious versions of something like autonomy elsewhere. The call for earthbornness, however, unlike this claim raised by Horden and Purcell, the claim was not uncommon at all. It was less ambitious, as they say, certainly a register as they suggest. We should appreciate the nuances with which autochthonous claims might be charged. For instance, in his depiction of Arcadia, Herodotus discusses the indigenous quality of its inhabitants. The Greek noun autochthon captures the idea of occupation of the land since earliest times. In this sense, it resembles the English word indigeneity. More specifically, it implies that autochthonous, in the plural, were born from the land itself. So what made the Arcadians autochthonous in Herodotus was that they derived from and remained settled in the same place they had inhabited ever since the past. So there is a vital temporal link here between past and present that is grounded in place. Herodotus goes on to give explanations and provide more examples. The message in all of these cases is the same. The Arcadians originated from Earth and had culture heroes that maintained the special ties between their local customs and place. Others in Herodotus, the so-called Cynurians, for instance, qualified as autochthonous simply because they stuck around in the same place. To the north of Cynuria, about 50 kilometers from there, the people of Phlius voiced similar claims. And to the northeast of Phlius, in the direction of the Isthmus of Corinth, the local elites of Corinth fostered a primordial tradition that creatively combined the ideas of attachment to the land and far-flung connectivity. Corinth ruling families were notorious for their trade contacts throughout the Mediterranean. In some accounts, they still figure as the prime movers of the so-called Great Colonization. And while they didn't necessarily raise claims for autochthony, their leading families navigated the Mediterranean to Sicily and beyond. And as they did this, they shaped narrative traditions of belonging to their very local soil, rooting them firmly in proclamations of an intimate relation with the congenial location and environment where they lived at home. As in all other examples that we encountered in this first section, place defined the location in a pluriverse of culture. I discuss all of these examples in the Localism book that is up on the screen here for you, and the Corinthian example in a special case study, which is the Spanish volume that is also up for you here. Let us turn to the flow of material objects. Number 2. To do so, we delve into the small town of Tanagra in Boeotia. When I ask around the room, even in learned audiences, have you ever been to Tanagra? Not many people have actually been to Tanagra, and there's no need to go.
We have collections from Tanagra in our museum.
But we even have them here, and we'll talk about them at this very moment, in this very, because they are so important for what's at stake. I look forward to seeing those figurines. I want to see it. Okay. So typically understood as a cultural backwater, overshadowed by the artistic creativity of its neighbor to the south, the great Athens. Tanagra rose to fame from early Hellenistic time for the production of a peculiar cultural output. In the early 1870s, local farmers discovered a large classical and Hellenistic necropolis in the very close vicinity of the city. But the tombs yielded a high volume of terracotta figurines that were sculptured from casts, surfacing at a peak time in the era of historical classicism. The elegant statuettes quickly caught the attention of European art markets. During the Exposition Universelle in Paris in 1878, their popularity fueled a sheer Tanagra mania. The celebrated figurines from Tanagra were soon identified as prime testimony to a Greek lifestyle prevalent throughout the Hellenistic world. Go to the museum and look them up here in Sao Paulo, but you can also find them in collections across Europe. Typically 20 to 30 centimeters high, the figurines represent mostly young women. Sculptures are usually dressed in a sumptuous clothing, sport sophisticated hairstyles, and present striking poses. They're further accentuated with fancy accessoires such as sun hats, earrings, fans, floral wreaths, etc. You see some examples here. Dresses are tightly wrapped around the body with fabrics and folds depicted billowing in motion. Before firing, the figurines were coated with a liquid white slip that enhanced the effects of subsequent coloring, which further highlighted the appearance of movement. So the purpose of the figurines is a matter of significant debate. In light of an overwhelming variety of postures, gestures, and details, it might be best to account for multiple contexts which they were used, from grave goods to talismanic objects to portrayals of ideal femininity. The number of surviving pieces is revealing, ranging in the tens of thousands. Their production must have shaped a formidable industry in Tanagra itself, including the supplies of workable clays and colors, thorough plastering, including the fabrication of models that were used for the molds, and the artistic finish of each figure. So the manufacturing process underlines the idea and reveals the idea of mass production. Like the Qin Dynasty terracotta army, albeit as miniature pieces, the heads were often produced separately, presumably to resemble the looks of their owners and then attached to the prefabricated body. Based on the analysis of color pigments, scholars were able to identify a significant range of workshops at Tanagra itself. And they too operated in different scales. Their output can be traced through many find spots in the Mediterranean world, including sites as distant from mainland Greece as Etruria and Sicily, Tanais in the northeastern corner of the Black Sea, Babylon, Kuwait, and others. Now, the material evidence of the figurines and their wide circulation in the Mediterranean and Eurasian worlds suggests an impressive degree of connectivity. Corresponding charts of dispersal and distant find spots, as you see them here, seem to support this picture. At the same time, charts as these conflate a variety of information that should actually be best kept apart. For one, the timeline during which the figurines were produced and traded spans over approximately 4 centuries, from the later 4th century into the early imperial period. Mediterranean connectivity experienced profound changes during those 4 centuries. Second, the circumstances under which the Tanagran ladies arrived in their later archaeological find spots in Tanais, Babylon, or Etruria are altogether obscure. By the later 3rd century BCE, the high demand of figurines led to their production in other places, including Tarentum and Alexandria. With the establishment of secondary workshops of production that satisfied as such the demands of local markets there, the original chaîne opératoire from Tanagra, say, to Persia was neither linear nor unbroken. In such a scenario, the artistic biography of the figurines attests to changing preference in the cultural consumption in the Hellenistic world in general. Hence, their status as global commodities was the result of a complex mediation between local patterns in cultural consumption and tectonic shifts of global exchange. On sheer practical grounds, reusage and reproduction, due to the wearing of molds, for instance, implied that styles developed further with significant local variation and hybrid designs. That will have triggered a back ripple to Tanagra itself, but yet the city's main contribution was that it energized these processes, providing local supplies to markets near and far. The evolving brand label from Tanagra became the bellwether for all. For the people of Tanagra, that tiny backwater place that scholars would often like to see in Tanagra, for the people of Tanagra, they were more than a matter of local pride. The figurines provided local distinction and orientation in the pluriverse of Hellenistic culture writ large. Final step of our substantiating exercise. Let's turn to cult practice. And as we do this, we travel south from Tanagra and mainland Greece into the Saronic region. The Saronic comprises a complex mosaic of natural features that provide a rich canvas for local diversity in a very small environment. If you ever traveled, the Saronic region is a small place with extremely rich diversities. Only about 1/4 of the Saronic's perimeter is open towards the Mediterranean. From southern Attica, there are stepping stones into the Aegean, as you can see here. The other 3/4 were surrounded by coastscapes, and in many locations, the land rises ruggedly from the sea. Sometimes the coast is very difficult to access, except for some small, naturally secluded bays. On various locations, these small inlets open up communication into the hinterland, from coast through harbor town into the hinterland. In the northern Saronic, for instance, the Bay of Eleusis merges into a similar corridor that runs into Boeotia. Another such opening is in the southwestern quadrant of the region, where the fertile plains around the city of Troezen are one of the few extensive stretches of wide open lands. The religious landscape of Troezen has been surveyed by many. Literary evidence that sheds light on this is typically in conversation with epigraphy and archaeological sources. Troezen was a particularly convoluted place in that entangled environment that I had just pointed out for you. Its main god was Poseidon, whom Pausanias describes as recipient of offerings under the epithet of Basileus, as Poseidon, Basileus. Pausanias doesn't mention a sanctuary for this Poseidon. The only Poseidon sanctuary that he is aware of is that of Poseidon Phytalmios. That's a nurturer. Poseidon Phytalmios, whose sanctuary was most likely placed outside of the city, although the location isn't quite known to us. Among the possible locations here indicated on the map is a terrace site below the temple of Demeter to the east of the settlement, or maybe at an indeterminate point along the main road from the city to the harbor area of Pogon, also mentioned for you here. If the former location is correct, then the sanctuary allowed for a panoramic view over the countryside as far as Lake Psifi and the eastern corners of Methana here on the northern sections of your map. So you look from there toward one extension, that's the Methana outlet, while in the other direction, the ritual eye would be directed to Sphyria and the island of Calabria, also for you on the map here. Now, the epithet of Poseidon as the nurturer, the savior of vegetation, or the savior of vegetation from salt water in particular, is something that had to do with the immediate local environment. Toward Lake Psifi, up on the map for you here, saltwater penetrations of the Troezenian Chora posed a hazard to the city's agrarian produce. Hence, the Troezenians thought to appease the god One more. That's it. That's it. I'll go back. Yeah. So the local environment is a trigger. Salt water penetrations of the Hora. Hence, the Troyzenians thought to appease the god. Makes sense. For as much as religion makes sense. Worship of Poseidon Phtolemios implied a conspicuous blending of land and sea, both integral parts of the countryside, one seemingly merging into the other, and it married them into an eloquent epithet, Phtolemios, the protector from these evil things. In the short Homeric hymn to Poseidon, which is only 7 lines for us, this short text attests to the god's dual potency over land and sea, stating that a twofold domain was allotted to you, O earth shaker. Twofolded, the land and the sea. This might be a Mycenaean pedigree, but be that as it may, with the local encoding and the local circumstances in Troyzene, the character traits of earth shaker and tamer of horses on land were supplemented with more agrarian qualities, adding protecting abilities to this repertoire. Phtolemios provides a curious case of correspondence between local religion and universal Greek cult practice. Plutarch observed that Poseidon, the nurturer of Phtolemios, was venerated by many Greeks. That's what Plutarch claims, although we ought to know that we know only a very few cases, and they all cluster in the Saronic. Some 15 kilometers to the north of Troyzene, a shrine of Phtolemios is known through an inscription on unworked volcanic stone of Methana. On the outer rim, a sanctuary of Phtolemios has been reported on Ios, the next island past Sivnos. Apparently, Phtolemios was also venerated on Rhodes, the far circle on your map here. It's probably just a geographic coincidence that the Rhodian case marked a point on a ritual corridor that cut straight through the Aegean. The Ition related by Pausanias suggests in any case that the Troyzenian example was the trigger for the epithet, permeating worship of Poseidon's protective powers of the plants in Troyzen and elsewhere. Poseidon traveled, translating and transferring his qualities that he had obtained in the local environment of Troyzen. He traveled through the Aegean to spread his qualities and make best use of his local qualities in the wider network of ancient Greek religion. In terms of scale, then, we encounter a curious radius of agency and meaning. Phtolemios was a local god inspired by a concrete local constellation. As such, he enjoyed veneration first and foremost in one place, a small place, the city of Troyzen. Toward the sea, the horror of that city blended into the amphibian environment between Pogon and Calabria, Methana, and other areas. That's probably the place where Poseidon traveled next. From there, and from this small maritime micro region, he moved on into the Aegean, where human agency was intertwined with multiple and at multiple levels. So in principle, there are two different scales, one land-based and one sea-bound. Shorter distance ferrying brought Phtolemios to many people's lives in the region. From Calabria and its famous Amphictyony, however, he reached out, he branched out and cut out to destinations beyond the outer rim of the ceramic into the Aegean. This ideal type template is, of course, somewhat neat. Maybe just a lot too neat. And there are many vagaries and variables in the dynamic interplay of space and meaning, demography, economic development, warfare, conceptions of religion. I get it. At the same time, I believe this example invites us to lend nuance to scales of Mediterranean connectivity, and most importantly, to appreciate and take seriously the force of local constellations that are decidedly larger than the mere small epichoric horizon. It's Tanagra all over again. A backwater place or a feeder of Hellenistic globalization. In very brief conclusion, we have surveyed 3 arenas of local entrenchment: in literature, in material objects, and in ritual practice. How do we envision the local in the ancient Mediterranean, and how do we actually talk about the local? The Mediterranean is a vast space, physically and socio-ecologically diverse, with all sorts of local manifestations in different shapes, different locations, and at different times. There is, however, a common denominator to this rich diversity. The local that we encountered today is a source of cultural meaning and energy, a feeder of process and procedure, and a canvas for the display of ideas and beliefs that does not simply play the script that is projected upon it, like a movie screen simply projects whatever is projected and shows whatever is projected upon it, but as a canvas that adapts, appropriates, and alters that script according to the natural environment and socio-cultural discourses in place. Our quest for the local in the ancient Mediterranean thus takes us to the core qualities of ancient Greek culture: its multi-codedness, the sheer infinite diversity of its fabric, and the staggering creativity with which it engages with the world writ large. Going local, then, has nowhere been more exciting than in the ancient Greek Mediterranean. Obrigado.
Eu nosso texto, talvez você precisa ler aqui, né?
Uh-oh.
Ok. do que o dela. Aí sim, vamos test first. Então, nós vamos ter agora, está tudo
Tudo bem.
o professor Fábio Moraes, da Universidade de Santa Catarina, que se especializa sempre em período helenístico, né, Cláudio? Então, a trama, ele vai apresentar o texto dele em inglês, e em português é A Trama do Mundo, Campos de Integração e Processos de Mundialização na Época Helenística. Obrigada, Fábio. E
Obrigado, Bia. Bom, boa tarde a todos. Faço uma brevíssima apresentação em português e daí eu passo a leitura do texto em inglês. Eu queria primeiro, antes de tudo, agradecer os organizadores, né, o Wagner, a Juliana, a Cristina, toda a equipe do MAI, todos os estudantes do LAP e do VADECA que estão tornando o evento possível. Dizer que também é uma honra partilhar a mesa com a professora Tama e com o professor Hans Beck e também com a Bia, né, sempre importantíssima na minha formação. A minha apresentação é uma espécie de exercício teórico-metodológico do que a gente vem tratando no âmbito da chamada História Antiga Global, né, que é o subtítulo do laboratório que eu coordeno na UFSC, né, o MICLA, Laboratório de História Antiga Global, e que tem atravessado algumas das nossas discussões. Então eu passo para a leitura do texto em inglês. I'd like to start with a famous quotation of Polybius, from Polybius, the 2nd century BC Greek historian. In the opening paragraphs of his 40-volume treatise on contemporary history, Polybius contrasts his own work with that of his predecessors, whom he characterized as having written only partial histories. In his view, both his work and his epoch share the same unprecedented feature. All events in the world history were directed towards the same outcome, namely the Roman conquest of the oikoumene, the inhabited world. The historian, accordingly, should demonstrate how this occurred by integrating the partial histories, because, and I quote, while it may be possible to get an impression of the whole from the parts, it is impossible to gain knowledge and precise understanding. So we are bound to conclude that partial histories, meros historian, are more or less useless when it comes to gaining a comprehensive perspective and are unreliable. On the contrary, it is only by connecting simploces and comparing parathesios, all the parts with one another, by seeing their similarities and differences. It is only such an overview that puts one in a position to derive benefits and pleasure from history. Connecting and comparing. These two words make up the fundamental tenets of the contemporary field of global history. In this lecture, or in this talk, I will focus on the first of these terms, connect, or in Greek, symploke. The term connecting is an appropriate translation for symploke. Connect derives from the Latin verb nectere, which means binding and fastening together. Moreover, the word symploke had its roots in a quite specific context. It means the weaving of a fabric. In fact, as Frank Walbank has observed, and I quote, it is perhaps not too imaginative to detect a resemblance between the movement of the shuttle as it passes backwards and forwards across the warp and the historian's pen as he passes from area to area, describing the events of one year after another, and so composing the fabric of his written history. In this talk, I would like to explore this problem. What holds the fabric of the world together, and consequently allows symplocetic or woven histories? Rather than being only a theoretical or even a literary issue, it is an ethical one as well. It has implications for the way world histories could be written and consequently for the way in which we imagine our places and roles in the world. In fact, Eurocentrism has long provided a stable way to hold histories together. Until recently, world histories could be written as a triumphal account of the spread of reason and freedom from its obscure origins in Egypt and Mesopotamia to its full accomplishment in Greece and Rome, just to be transmitted through the Middle and early modern ages to the present, when modernity spread them across the entire planet under the auspices of liberalism. The concept of progress served as the unifying thread that held this eccentric tapestry together, an idea somewhat uneasy to keep today, especially after the development of the atomic bomb in the mid 20th century. As ancient history played an important role in this narrative, I will argue here the efforts in creating a new post-Eurocentric world history necessarily imply the construction of a new ancient history. The morphological division between East and West, or between Near Eastern and Greco-Roman histories, is an evident effect of Eurocentric assumptions, whose origins could be traced back to the early 19th century. A telling example was the philosophical history proposed by Hegel, to whom the universal history was the material manifestation of the dialectical opposition between freedom and oppression. The conquest of the Near East by Alexander, for example, was seen as a manifestation of the same underlying impulse, the continuous, though eventually erratic, expansion of human freedom against Oriental despotism. A former colleague of Hegel at the University of Berlin in the early 1810s, Bartol Niebuhr, while teaching ancient history at Bonn in the late 1820s, offered a less philosophical, though not less Eurocentric proposal for the ordering of history. Facing the challenge to integrate the chaotic histories of individual peoples into a unified narrative, while rejecting the Bible as a historical guidebook, Bartol Niebuhr proposed what he termed order history, in contrast to the coordinated histories as done by the 18th century historians at Göttingen. The plan of Niebuhr was mindful. He changed the Bible for the classical tradition, the Hebrews for Greeks and Romans, and almost all peoples of antiquity were ultimately touched by the Greeks and the Romans, either through empire or trade, and mentioned in the Greek and Latin texts, focusing on Greeks and Romans, would result in the inclusion of all other peoples in the Greco-Roman century accounts. In this manner, the histories of non-Greco-Roman peoples were basically divided in two periods, before and after contact with the classical world. Greeks and Romans, in this sense, became the historical peoples. They provided the very possibility of historical accounts of a specific region. The fact that this solution was later expanded to all world history by Leopold von Ranke, who used Europeans as their historical people, attests to its ingenuity as well to the power of Eurocentric cosmologies. These historical morphological operations constituted the core of the historiographical Eurocentrism that shaped not only the field of ancient history, but also the history discipline in general. In Brazil, historiographical Eurocentrism was part of a pervasive discourse that placed Native American and African peoples at an inferior social and economic level. One of the explanations for the success of Europe and the failure of non-European regions was the presence or absence of Greeks and Romans in their pasts. Eventually, local elites of non-European continents sought to identify their own Greeks, as was famously the case of scholars who struggled to associate the Maya civilization with Greece and the Aztec Empire with Rome. In the later parts of the 20th century, however, Said's critique of Orientalism provided a rhetorical and academic framework for addressing the more general crisis of Eurocentrism, started by anti-colonial struggles in Africa and Asia. As a consequence, it emerged the necessity of developing a new world history, as well as reshaping the meaning and the role of antiquity in the world historical imagination. After all, European empires were unable to survive for centuries or to bring the benefits of modernity without committing multiple instances of genocide and systematic natural and economic expropriation. Therefore, Greece and Rome could not be regarded anymore as the birthplaces of the values all humanity was destined to share. In this context, alternative post-Eurocentric approaches to both global history and ancient history begin to emerge. These affluent trends, which converge in what we could call the current global ancient history. Let us begin by examining the field of global history. From the 1990s onwards, global history emerged as a field with two clear aims. Firstly, to overcome the varied methodological internalisms that animated almost all branches of history, being the nation, the people, or the civilization set as the units of analysis. And secondly, to propose an alternative to the Eurocentric assumptions that shaped the West and the rest paradigm of world and universal histories. Different definitions of the field emerged. Bruce Maslich, for instance, has defined global history as the study of the globalization process that started in the 19th century. Pamela Crossley, in contrast, has defined global history as the study of long-term worldwide processes. Diego Holstein and Sebastian Conrad independently proposed that global history could be better conceptualized as a distinctive approach or methodology. For Holstein, a global historian should follow the methodological steps of comparing similar phenomena, seeking for connection between them, elaborating concepts that enables the comprehension of those connections, and contextualizing phenomena in meaningful processes. Conrad, for his part, a distinct for Conrad, a distinct global history approach is required when a phenomenon can only be comprehended inside the framework of integrated and overlapped structures which allow the movement of people, things, and ideas, as well as the connectivity between historical phenomena itself. Both Olstein and Conrad, as well as other authors of introductions and review papers such as Osterhamen, Sachsen-Meyer, Kuntz-Finke, Darwin, Balish, Wicken, and so on, though normally supporting one approach over others, do not deny that the field of global history is disputed by many different approaches and objects, a feature which I find particularly exciting. In fact, rather than try to define global history as a distinct approach, we should recognize that subjects so varied as the peopling of the continents, the history of a Chinese Christian who never traveled, left-wing 20th century populism, the practice of bodybuilding, the heating capacity of late 18th century England and China's ovens, and so on, are all legitimate topics within the field. The same can be stated with regard to approaches based on post and decolonial concepts, world system theories, incorporated or former comparative histories, and so forth. The establishment of global history as a field has been parallel to the process of rethinking ancient history in post-Eurocentric basis. In the late 1990s, emerged at least two approaches that addressed directly both methodological internalism and morphological Eurocentrism of ancient history. The first was centered on comprehensive comparative projects, as exemplified by the initiative conducted by the Copenhagen Policy Center to gather and compare almost all city-state cultures in world history. The underlying argument was that the Greek experience was not a unique phenomenon. Similar examples could be found in contexts so different as pre-modern East Africa, medieval China, pre-colonial Central America, and so on. The second was focused on creation of new geographical contexts for the Greco-Roman history, with the Mediterranean soon emerging as a natural candidate. The publication of the deeply influential The Corrupting Sea, written by Harden and Purcell in 2000, pointed to the analytical opportunities afforded by inserting Greek and Roman histories within their Mediterranean highly connected contexts based on the special features of Mediterranean ecology. In the recent years, there has been a remarkable emergence of ancient history studies that engage directly with global historical concepts and approaches. In a roughly way, we can discern at least three groups. The first is composed by connected histories, which seek for historical phenomena that transcend traditional civilization boundaries. In general, these studies apply the concepts of globalization theory by analogy. That is to say, ancient phenomena could be correlated with similar ones in the modern globalization. Kostas Vassopoulos, for example, explored the multiple globalizations of practices and cultures through interactions arenas, which he calls worlds. Cyprian Broadbent, in turn, explores the Mediterranean history of connections between different and often competing societies in the very long term, from the peopling of the Mediterranean basin to the classical period. Tamer Hodos argues that many features of modern globalization, such as timescale, compression, deterritorialization, hybrids, and so on, could be observed in the Mediterranean Iron Age, especially linked with the process of Phoenician and Greek urban expansions. The volume edited by Pitts and Verlus finally ensemble many chapters that explore material and symbolic globalizations in interaction with or independent from the Roman imperial structures. The second group comprises comparative analysis that emphasize both similarities and differences between ancient civilizations. Differently from the above-mentioned Copenhagen Polycentric project, which listed numerous analogous cases but only superficially compared their features, the more recent macro comparisons normally restrict the analysis to 2 or 3 cases, but in exchange offer detailed and comprehensive comparisons based on multiple features. The group also included the comparisons between Greek and Chinese or Indian philosophy, as well as between Roman and Han China imperial states, but it should be noted that also Egyptologists engaged with this trend, especially comparing pharaonic Egypt and ancient China. The third group is composed by studies that conceptualize the histories of Greek and Romans in alternative geographical frameworks. If undeniable, the Mediterranean remains the most recurrent unit of analysis, alternative ones have been proposed or recovered from earlier research. This includes extended version of the West, putting together the Mediterranean and the Near East in a single macro region, as well the Indian Ocean, or even Afro-Eurasia as a whole. Studies inspired in world system analysis provide telling examples of this experimentation. Drawing from Gunder Frank's hypothesis of a single Afro-Eurasian world system, Philippe Boujard has proposed that the single continental world system emerged only in the first millennium AD, resulted from the merge of 3 distinct world systems that emerged in the early Iron Age. The Western world system, comprising both the Mediterranean and the Near East, the Indian world system, and the Eastern world system, which include both China and Southeast Asia. Ian Morris, in turn, proposed a model for quantifying civilizational development, comparing the West and the East. The East, for the American archaeologists, included the West, better. The West for the American archaeologists included both the Mediterranean and the Near East as well. Alternatively, Stanley Burstyn and Ivan Ceylon proposed each a connected narrative of the entire Afro-Eurasia region, combining processes common to all with those resulted from interaction. In sum, the recent work on global ancient history, self-labeled or not in this way, points toward new post-Herocentric possibilities for both the reframing ancient history and the development of new world histories. In fact, if Greece and Rome are no longer regarded as the cradles of Western reason and freedom, we are invited to rethink not only the approaches applied to traditional topics, but also to devise new meta-narratives for the world history that are free from the ideologies of progress and Eurocentrism. In what follows, I would like to explore the possibilities of the concept of integration, both as a meta-narrative foundation and a methodological tool for elucidating the ways the ancient world exhibits coherence. But before discussing a number of illustrative examples, it is necessary to clarify my use of certain key terms such as the concept of world, integration, and field. The term world is frequently employed in two distinct senses. It may denote either the entire planet or a segment of the planet that is or was sufficiently integrated as to be considered a relatively autonomous and cohesive unit. Here, I privilege the later definition following Fernand Braudel and his concept of world economy. Braudel's concept of European capitalist world economy did not correspond to the entire planet. Rather, it denoted the region where European capitalists were sufficiently powerful to manipulate the market economy in order to amplify the capital accumulation process. Outside it, the capitalists whose action structured the Braudelian concept of capitalism, in a sharp contrast with the production-centered Marxist definition, appeared only as marginal players. Thus, for instance, European capitalists were unable to penetrate and exert control over the Indian world economy prior to the late 18th century. Colonial America, in contrast, was profoundly transformed by capitalism as a result of both its integration into its peripheral position within the European capitalist world economy. For Braudel, it was only with the Industrial Revolution that capitalism, that is, the power of long-distance and large-scale European traders, was able to penetrate in the primary level of European economy, the material life, which included housing, clothing, and feeding, and at the same time, the capitalist web expanded to encompass the entire planet, effectively transforming the European world economy in a true world economy without hyphen. Braudel's world economy thus resulted from repeated actions carried out by a myriad of actors involved in production and trade. The world economy, however, was not purely economic in the sense that it would be separated from the political or cultural spheres. In fact, Braudel analyzed all kinds of evidence and social practice, including art, science, ecology, mentality, religion, and so on, in his efforts to understand the rules and the dynamics of the world economy. At the same time, his history of the European world economy didn't exhaust or encompass all multiple historical processes that shaped early modern age Europe's historical time. In this sense, the world economy was one field among others. Those other fields, such as the early modern age European interstate network, could eventually correspond to the European world economy, as proposed by Wallerstein or Wallenstein with his world system concepts. In fact, in several instances, both fields matched. The centers of capitalist accumulation and military power roughly corresponded in 15th century Venice, in 17th century Amsterdam, and in 18th century England. However, This was not the case during the 16th century Genoese hegemony over the world economy, a Higgins Genoese cycle of accumulation, when the military power was centered at the Iberian courts. If we add another or other words with hyphen to our account, it would be difficult to deny the centrality of Florence or Paris in the world artistic circuit, or of Salamanca in the world legal culture, and so on. Each word had its own geography, its own distribution of centers and peripheries, which did not necessarily align. For a simple fact, the time required to establish centrality in different domains, such as capitalist accumulation capacity, military strength, in artist prestige, or in legal authority, differed significantly. This is one of the most important consequences of the Bordelian conception of the historical time as plural. The time rhythms and durations as well, the spatial position and scales were not necessarily the same for different processes. Explaining convergence, or in Conrad's word, the structures overlapping, is as crucial as explaining divergence. In what follows, for clarifying reasons, I will reserve the term word to the territorial maximum generated by the interaction of different intersocietal spaces, what I have called integration fields. The concept of integration field is derived from Bourdieu's work on social fields. For Bourdieu, a field is a social space where actors simultaneously collaborate and compete for power positions. The rules that govern a field are produced through the dynamic relationship between actors, individuals, or institutions who incorporate them as their habitus, a specific way to behave, think, and feel according to the field. The power accumulated by actors within the field may manifest in various forms, such as cultural, economic, or social capital, but is always dependent on the recognition of other actors, a feature that gives to them a symbolic dimension. This conceptual triad, field, habitus, and capital, forms the basis of some of the most influential works of Bourdieu, such as the analysis on educational, mediatic, or academic fields. However, as pointed out by the sociologist Larissa Buchholz, the fields discussed by Bourdieu and his followers were, in general, circumscribed within the frontiers of the nation state. That is, Bourdieu's approach was often applied under the methodological internalism. Buchholz herself developed some theoretical implications of globalizing fields. Rather than being the mere amplification of a national field, or conversely, being an autonomous and homogeneous space against the diversity of national fields, the interaction between global and national fields is refracted according to the relative vertical autonomy between them. Buchholz exemplified this process by demonstrating how Chinese contemporary artists, though having obtained success in the global visual arts field, only attained centrality in Chinese national art field following changes in the prices of traditional Chinese art in the national auction subfield. Buchholz's theorization of global fields and their interaction with national ones represents a significant advancement in social field theory. However, it implies that the national fields are in fact national, that the nation state's boundaries were in fact able to frame the geographical scope of social actions. Undeniably, this is the case in many instances, but not all of them. The energy employed by states to control and refract social actions points to the fact that the national frontier is rather a project and cannot be assumed as to be always efficient. In pre-modern contexts, with much less powerful states' methods of surveillance and information management, we can expect an even less controlled landscape. I have been using the concept of integration field to describe the intersocietal space that enables the reproduction of any supralocal social action, that is, any social action that transcends the limits of the local community, be the local defined in empirical or symbolic terms, as discussed by Hans Beck, encompassing from trade to migration, from diplomacy to festivals, from pilgrimage to wars, and so on. Here I follow Kostas Vlassopoulos' more restricted use of the conceptual pair globalization, localization. To globalize means to extend the spatial scope of a social action beyond the local community, while to localize means to adapt or refract according to the local rules the actions that come from abroad. Any society is crossed by integration fields. In fact, taking the argument to the limit, the forces employed by states control movement and flows through its borders are in themselves produced in the interstate integration field, where different states collaborate under and compete for the definition of shared rules and values about mobility, contact, and coexistence. Integration does not imply the elimination or even the suspension of frontiers, as demonstrated by the tragedies of the modern migrations from the south to the new global north. As for an electromagnetic field with its charges, or more recently, a quantum field with its particles, an integration field is at the same time the condition and the result of the interaction between different actors, individuals or institutions, whose forces establish a heterogeneous distribution of power along the field space. However, in contrast to electromagnetic or quantum fields, the integration field does not extend across the entire space. Its boundaries emerge where the effectiveness of an integration action, both materially and symbolically, reaches its limits. In that sense, the temporal and spatial parameters of an integration field are modulated by the scope, scale, duration, and rhythms of concrete integration actions. For example, pilgrims traveling to dedicate votive offerings in an Arcadian regional shrine, for example, are part of the same field of a craftsman who builds a temple in Pergamon, although their interconnectedness may be very low. However, depending on the temple size, the energy invested in festivals, and the organic spread of myths relating that sanctuary to mainstream Greek culture, it may be possible that pilgrimage flows may eventually be diverted to this new pole. A central topic is thus the interaction between fields and resulting the match or mismatch of their temporal and spatial parameters, that is, its centralities and rhythms. Let's take again the example of an hypothetical Pergamene sanctuary. If funded solely by the initiative of a local community, the resources available to build centrality would be severely limited. However, with the support of the ruling king, the amount of money and specialized manpower, both for craftsmanship and religious diplomacy, would increase significantly. The implications of that support could be the insertion of a ruler cult in the sanctuary and its rituals, but again, with that, the sanctuary would probably attract all those who eventually wish to express their loyalty to the king. Conversely, communities allied to the king's enemies would have automatically avoid sending pilgrims who would otherwise participate in the festival. Moreover, the trajectory of the kingdom within the imperial field could bring deep consequences to that sanctuary, from the universal expansion to its prestige to its total destruction during a siege. This hypothetical case illustrates the interaction between at least two integration fields, the religious and the imperial. While each has its own set of rules, their interaction has the potential to make both stronger or eventually make them collapse. In the concluding section of my paper, I will employ the integration field approach to a very localized case in order to discuss the interplay between the micro and macro levels. In both cases, I will discuss elements of my own recent research on late Hellenistic Delos, a city whose varied and rich sets of evidence offer a particularly clear example of how a society could be both benefited and trapped by the mismatches of different integration fields. First, some introductory notes on the history of Delos. In the archaic period, Delos, a small and particularly poor island in the southern Aegean, became a regional Cycladic center due to the prestige of the sanctuary of Apollo, which celebrated the myth of the god's birth on the islands. Delos' richer and bigger neighbors, such as Naxos, Pharos, and Andros, lavishly donated buildings and precious goods to the sanctuary. The centrality of Delos in the regional religious field stressed the cohesion of the Cycladic islands, so much so that when greatest powers wished to assert authority over the region, Delos was perceived as a natural focal point. That was the case in the 6th century BC, when the tyrants of Athens and Samos, respectively Pisistratus and Polycrates, made buildings and land donations to the sanctuary in order to express their hegemonic ambitions over the southern Aegean. In the classical period, Athens won the dispute, and Delos became the seat of the so-called Delian League, the expression of Athenian imperialism over the entire Aegean. The first Athenian domination, as is known, the period of Athenian control of the island, spanned from the mid-5th century to the late 4th century. Subsequently, first Macedonian and then Egyptian support secured Delos' independence along the 3rd century BC. Delos' independence endured until the second quarter of the 2nd century BC, when the expansionist Roman Republic decided to donate the island to Athens in 167 BC, marking the beginning of the 2nd century, the second Athenian domination. The new masters expelled the local population, which settled either in neighboring islands or in the Peloponnese. As for Delos itself, under Roman orders, the Athenians exempted merchants from taxes at the Delian port. The free port status of the island rapidly attracted a great number of colonies from all Central and East Mediterranean, and rapidly Delos became a major Mediterranean trade center. The population growth led to a so intense building activity that Philippe Renaud described Delos as a vide champignon. The prosperity of the Athenian Delos endured until the 80s, when the wars between the Roman Republic and Mithridates VI of Pontus, an expansionist king who controlled the Black Sea and had ongoing projects in the Aegean, resulted in 2 attacks against the islands in 88 and 69 BC, which would eventually lead to the near abandonment of the islands. Delos would house a small community over antiquity and early Middle Ages, to be archaeologically explored only in the 19th century by the missions of the French school at Athens. It was during the second Athenian domination that a certain Demetrius of Chenaia undertook a journey that is particularly pertinent to the interests of this talk. Demetrius was the priest of the first cult of the Egyptian god Serapis on Delos. The cult was brought by his ancestor Apollonius, an Egyptian Serapis priest, who migrated from Egypt to Delos probably in the late 4th and early 3rd century BC. The family acquired a plot of land in the middle of the 3rd century BC, which they used to build a sanctuary, the so-called Serapieion Aim. Over time, while Apollonius' family retained the private cult at Serapeum A, the cult of Serapis at Delos flourished in a greater sanctuary, the Serapeum C, housed a public cult of the god controlled by the demon polis. Following the establishment of Athenian control over Delos, the only cult of Serapis allowed to continue was the public one, and the Egyptian lineage that worshipped the god at the Serapeum A was expelled. Demetrius of Rheneia then was the last Delian Serapeum's A priest, being expelled to the neighboring island of Rheneia. We know the story of Demetrius for what follows. Sometime in the middle of the 2nd century, Demetrius proceeded to Rome to complain in the Senate against the Athenian administration of Delos. The Roman Senate, the same body that had donated the island to Athens, ruled in favor to Demetrius and decreed that his right to worship Serapis at the Serapeum A should be reinstated. Demetrius proceeded to Athens, where he presented the Senate's decree to the Athenian consul and obtained a consul decree ratifying the Roman one. At Delos, Demetrius placed the inscription with both Roman and Athenian decrees at the Delian Serapeum A, and that's why we know the story. What's the story of Demetrius of Rheneia from exile to the return tell us about the integration of the Delian society in the Hellenistic world. This brief account allows us to identify at least 3 integration fields. The first is the religious field. Delos occupied a central position in the polycentric Greek religious field. Alongside Delphi, Olympia, Athens, Ephesus, and so on, the Delian sanctuary of Apollo attracted a great number of pilgrims and donators, all of them eager to express their capitals to a pan-Hellenic audience. The private cult of Serapis, in turn, was unequivocally marginal. Despite the Ptolemaic support for the cult of Serapis in Alexandria, there is no evidence of dynastic support for the establishment of the first Delian cult of Serapis. This marginality was further reinforced with the establishment of a public cult of Serapis instituted at Delos, to the point that the new priest was included among the most prestigious Delian civic priesthoods, both under Delian and Athenian administration. The second field is the polyadic field. It is unclear whether Demetrius was a Delian citizen prior to his expulsion in 167 BC. This demotic designation as a resident of Rheneia, however, suggests a strategy to regain his Delian citizenship by settling on Delos' nearest island. In any case, with Athenian administration, Demetrius became not only marginal, but also external to the frontiers of the polis. Consequently, he had no right to appeal directly to the Athenian magistrates on Delos or to the Athenian institutions in Attica. However, he was able to take advantage of the peculiar states of the Mediterranean polyadic field, in which the Roman Senate increasingly assumed the role of an appellation court, judging demands that otherwise would be resolved in local or regional levels. In fact, as a party harmed by a decision of the Senate, Demetrius managed to be heard in it and eventually to obtain a favorable decision. We are not here any closer to the extension of Roman citizenship to all empire, as said by Emperor Caracalla in the early 3rd century AD. However, demands such as that of Demetrius increasingly forced the Senate to extend its concerns not only on geopolitical matters, but also on polyadic ones. Nevertheless, the strategy of Demetrius was only effective due to the composition of the third field, the imperial one. From the middle of the 2nd century onwards, Rome was unequivocally the major imperial power over the Mediterranean. The empire of Carthage and the power of the Achaean League were destroyed. The Seleucid Empire was reduced to its western territories, downgraded by defeats to both Rome in the west and to Parthia in the east. Macedonia was transformed into a Roman province, a conversion that would soon be replicated in Pergamon. And finally, Ptolemaic Egypt, since the beginning of the century, had played no relevant role in Mediterranean geopolitics. By proceeding to Rome, Demetrius converted his huge local politic capital Los into a new capital derived from the imperial field, by carrying with him a decree emitted by the politic core of the Mediterranean imperial field center, the Roman Senate. In this sense, Demetrius inserted inside the regional Athenian and local Delian politic fields a force produced in the stronger field of all, the imperial one, suspending any relative radical autonomy that formerly existed between them. In sum, with his integration action, Demetrius of Rhenea stimulated an interaction between these three fields to his advantage. To use a sewing metaphor, he made a stitch in the fabric of the wall. Following the placement of the inscription in the Sapiaeum A, there are no further mentions of Demetrius in the sources. We do know, however, the fate of Delos, and that will be the second and last example that will be discussed in this paper. As mentioned earlier, Delos suffered severe attacks in 2 occasions. In 88, the troops of Mithridates VI invaded the island after its population decided to support Rome in the First Mithridatic War, in contrast to Athens, which sided Mithridates. And in the 69 BC, pirates allied to Mithridates invaded the island during the Third Mithridatic War. Why Delos, without any military relevance, would be dragged into the conflict to the point to be devastated? The reason lies, in my view, in the dynamics of the integration fields in the late Hellenistic period. And here is a somewhat imprecise map from World History Encyclopedia websites, which sadly didn't show the extent to Pontic Empire, encompassing then the center of Anatolia and the eastern half of the Black Sea shores. As stated above, Rome was the center of the Mediterranean sector of the imperial field since the middle of the 2nd century BC. But the Hellenistic imperial field was considerably larger than the Mediterranean. The crisis of the Seleucid Empire, especially after the defeats to Rome in the early 2nd century BC, had profound geopolitical consequences in the Near East. Of these, 2 are of particular significance. Firstly, the weakened Seleucid authority in Iran in the middle of the century was ultimately destroyed by the expansionist campaigns of Parthian kings, who subsequently became the major power in the Near Eastern sector of the same imperial field. Secondly, with the consolidation of Roman authority in the west, the Parthian authority in the east, a reformed Pontic kingdom directed its imperialistic ambitions over the neighboring kingdoms in Anatolia, especially Cappadocia, and the coast of the Black Sea, where dozens of Greek polities were struggling with the menace of their Scythian neighbors. In the early 1st century BC, the Pontic kingdom under Mithridates VI controlling central Anatolia and the Black Sea, became a third superpower in the imperial field, alongside the Mediterranean Empire of Rome and the Iranian and Mesopotamian Empire of Parthia. Having established a stable relationship with the Greek police, especially following victories over the Scythians, the barbarians par excellence, Mithridates VI of Pontus allocated significant resources in another crucial Hellenistic integration field, namely the euergetic field. Based on repeated actions of giving gifts, such as buildings, land, money, military protection, etc., to the polis in exchange for civic honors, such as honorific inscriptions, statues, and ultimately codes, the euergetic field almost matched the religious one, based on the fact that Pan-Hellenic sanctuaries and festivals were major contexts for those seeking for visibility. Consequently, cities such as Delos, Delphi, Olympia, and Athens formed the core of a polycentric field, which, differently from the religious field, included non-religious settings for the display of honors. Delos, freely converting centrality in the religious and the euergetic fields, continually attracted the attention of great euergetes, including Mithridates VI. The king was honored in Delos at least in three places: at the sanctuary of Apollo, with statues and inscriptions, at the Serapion Sea, with inscriptions, and at the Samothrakeon, with a statue, inscriptions, and a building that seemed to have housed a roller coaster. It is noteworthy that the inscriptions honoring Mithridates VI at Delos, inscribed before the Mithridatic Wars, honor Rome as well. In fact, Rome was present in Delos not only as the major imperial guarantor of Athenian rule, but also by the great number of Italian traders that operated in the island. The establishment of Delos as a free port attracted to the island merchants from all the Mediterranean that carried with themselves the centrality in the commercial field that previously belonged to Rhodes. The commercial fields, in fact, underwent a profound change. During the 3rd century BC, the alliance between Rhodes and Ptolemaic kings established the route holds Alexandria as one of the most lucrative in the ancient world, connecting the Nile to the Aegean. However, in the 2nd century BC, the world had changed. The decline of Ptolemaic power, the destruction of Corinth, the agricultural development of Italy drove the emergence of a huge flow of captives and precious goods from Syria, Anatolia, and the Black Sea to Italy. Delos, as a free port, rapidly became the major entrepot for the strait, and the Italian colony at Delos was only less important than the ruling Athenian one. Consequently, Delos was one of the most Italianized cities in the East Mediterranean, something that would naturally attract the attention of imperial actors during a war against Rome. In sum, Delos accumulated centralities in three fields: the religious, the euergetic, and the commercial fields, but was absolutely peripheric in other two, the imperial and the poliadic fields. This mismatch between the island's position in those fields meant that it attracted great attention but lacked the capacity to protect itself. As rapidly the city grew, it would collapse in a few decades, or in another sewing metaphor, it would be torn from the fabric of the world, to the point that from the 1st century AD onwards, Delos became a symbol for Roman authors of solitude. To summarize, I believe the concept of integration fields is a helpful tool to explore the complex set of non-corresponding centralities in the social spaces that constitute a world. This approach could be applied at both the micro and the macro scales, overcoming in this way the somewhat tedious debate on the proper scope of global history. In exploring the multiple interactions between integration fields, I believe it would be possible to elucidate the ways in which a particular world acquires its coherence. This, in turn, allows us to reimagine the world's history as the concurrent construction of parallel worlds, each one constituted by its own set of integration fields. From this, we can rethink the expansion of the West, that is, the capitalist Europe-Mediterranean world, nowadays roughly matched with the North Atlantic shores, as the expansion of one of these words through a complex process of interaction between integration fields of different but connected words, which included suppressing and marginalizing as well as incorporating practices. So that is a subject for another talk. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you, Fabio, for this instigating talk. And we have a coffee break now, and then we'll come to the last talk by Tamar Todos. Thank you very much. Thank you, Thomas.
Então vai ser essa daqui, né? É. Obrigado.
Não, não,
Já daqui a
vai,
pouco.
já. Uhum. Só remove depois, pra gente.
The apples to see yes, 6 to 12. So, okay. Oh, I see myself
to
here.
return. Return.
Okay. We are having our third talk this afternoon, third and last of the day, and afterwards we are going to have the questions. We can would like to have questions on the three talks of this round table. So Tamar Rodos from the University of Sydney now. And she's going to talk about the multiscalar approaches in globalization, causes and effects. And in Portuguese, I'll say also it's abordagens multiscalares na globalização, causas e efeitos. We thank you very much for your presence, and we are eager to hear you.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank Wagner, Chris, and Juliana for the opportunity to be here and also for us to be together again. It's a joy to come back, and it's a joy to collaborate with all of you in this. This will not be the first time some of you have heard me talk about globalization, so forgive me if I'm repeating myself. And things that I say will resonate with the two papers that we've already heard. I'm glad everyone has had some caffeine now, because it lets us push through this last bit of theory. I have opted not to have a PowerPoint. There are only 2 points of this where a visualization would be useful, but I will use semaphore instead. Saves the guys some grief on the electronic management. So, and I'm going to be focusing on the Mediterranean's Iron Age. This is the period roughly between 1200 and 600 BCE, and it may be regarded as one of the Mediterranean's most dynamic periods. I would say this, though, if you've ever read any of my work. Although it is not the first era in which people across the sea exchanged goods, ideas, values, customs, practices, and technologies, the difference is the scale at which these exchanges occurred. The interactions that resurged from the 10th century onward came to eclipse their Bronze Age antecedents in geographical, material, and ideological scope. The period is characterized, perhaps most of all, by the movement of peoples from their homeland to areas far away on a geographically unprecedented scale, notably the settlement of Greeks and Phoenicians in the central and western Mediterranean, which began largely in the 9th and 8th centuries BCE. The long-term impact of this extensive interaction was the creation of what may be regarded as the Mediterranean's first globally connected period. Scholarship has not always presented the narrative of this era as a globalizing one, however. Initially, the evidence for increased communication and exchange between Mediterranean communities and cultures in the form of the widespread adoption of primarily Greek material culture and facilitated by Greek and Phoenician overseas settlements was regarded from purely colonial perspectives. Under the influence of postmodern cultural critiques from the 1980s, scholarship began to examine material culture patterns from post-colonial perspectives to highlight evidence of cultural hybridization and acts of indigenous agency. At times, however, such interpretations were criticized for writing out the narrative any influence foreign populations might have had on local cultural development. Contemporary perspectives on globalization provide a means of rehabilitating these different and sometimes competing perspectives. Challenges in doing so begin with trying to define this era on a wide geographic scale. Despite its name, the Mediterranean's Iron Age era is not strictly correlated to the development of ironworking, since iron was already known in the 5th and 4th millennia BCE in Iran, Iraq, and Egypt, and in 3rd millennium Mesopotamia and Anatolia. Over the 2nd millennium BCE, iron remained rare in the Eastern Mediterranean, and it was reserved for ornamental and ceremonial or ritual objects. At the very end of the second millennium, iron began to be used for weapons and tools, and by the 10th and 9th centuries BCE, the metal was used more regularly for a range of ornamental, utilitarian, and military objects in diverse form, and iron similarly became more popular in other regions of the Mediterranean. This development appears alongside a range of other changes evident widely around the Mediterranean in material forms. For example, new ceramic shapes and styles, architectural forms, and burial practices, which collectively suggest evolution in social practices. Such changes did not occur in a single instance, but developed over time, while the rate of change within any material category was not uniform from site to site or region to region. Furthermore, for other areas of the Mediterranean, the Iron Age begins not at the end of the second millennium, as in the Eastern Mediterranean, but well into the first millennium BCE. So the term Iron Age, therefore, is best regarded as a means to mark changes in the traditions and practices associated with its temporal antecedents, the period before and after, in fact. The concept of an Iron Age is as much one of time, temporal scope, as it is of material and social relations, but it is not a term of absolute chronology. What characterizes, and yet I'm going to still continue to use it as a framing term, what characterizes the Mediterranean's Iron Age most is the movement of people distinguished by collective numbers and nature. From before the end of the second millennium BCE, individuals and small groups were moving around the Mediterranean, following a number of Bronze Age networks and establishing new ones. Some of these were itinerant traders and craftsmen, but we also see the movement of others who took up residence on foreign shores. The two cultural groups with the greatest influence in terms of geographic reach and social, cultural, economic, and political impact are the Phoenicians and the Greeks. Despite the fact that both Greeks and Phoenicians founded overseas settlements across the Mediterranean, and sometimes in the same geographic territory, like Sicily, study of their expansion has been divided between disciplines. Near Eastern scholars traditionally have focused on the Phoenician colonization process, while classical scholars examined the Greek movement. This disciplinary division may be traced to 19th century Western European scholarship and the respective primacy of biblical or ancient classical literary sources accorded by archaeological research during that era. And this is often expressed as a competition for primacy in colonial innovation. Symptomatic of this rivalry are questions over the foundation dates of the earliest colonies, framed as if an innovation supremacy depended upon it. Most ancient literary sources tell us that Phoenician expansion in the Mediterranean began in the 12th century BCE, while agreeing that Greek colonization started only in the 8th century. For well over a century, however, Greek scholarship argued that Phoenician expansion could not have begun before the 8th century on the grounds that material evidence could not be identified to support such early foundations in places where the Phoenicians were supposed to have colonized. Scholarship now acknowledges that this is no longer the case. But for a considerable period, there's this big debate back and forth in the literature. Interpretational difficulty arises from the fact that pottery is our primary means of dating sites and context during this period. Phoenician pottery changes little in style over the late second and first millennia, and generally lacks the fine chronological precision of Greek pottery. Therefore, when Phoenician ceramic material is found, it can be difficult to determine its precise date. By contrast, almost everywhere the Greeks settled, their drinking, eating, and transportation wares, which are very closely dated, quickly became integrated with local tastes and customs, and their ceramic assemblages often influence aspects of regional indigenous outputs. In addition, many settlements adopted Greek-derived architectural forms. The Greek alphabet was sometimes adapted to express local languages, even though it originally derived from the Phoenician alphabet, and the Greek language itself displays features of other influences. Many communities eventually borrowed the Greek system of coinage. In other words, while the Phoenicians were just as prevalent in the Mediterranean, their material culture was not widely adopted by others. And when I said Greek system of coinage, the Greeks' way of doing it. In fact, Greek ceramic use and architectural ideas were also incorporated by the Phoenicians into their practices and urban constructions more than the other way around. You don't have such evidence of Greeks adopting Phoenician ways of doing. This prevalence of Greek cultural forms was interpreted initially as evidence of indigenous craving for cultural enlightenment. It was argued that so-called natives adopted Hellenic culture wholesale and unquestioningly. In this perspective, the Greeks remained immune from any influence in return. There was little consideration of agency or reciprocity. Scholarship called this Hellenization, and it remained the dominant interpretation surrounding Greek colonization for much of the 20th century, especially from the period between the First and Second World Wars, when Greek colonies were considered glorious counterparts to Europe's own colonial holdings, in an era when Europe's colonial empires were beginning to disintegrate. In this narrative, meaningful consideration of Phoenician impact in the wider Mediterranean was largely ignored, since study of the Phoenicians remained in the realm of biblical scholarship, which itself focused on the ancient Near East. During the early 1990s, archaeology began to be influenced by postmodernism's deconstruction of colonial narratives, which had gained substantial traction in wider Western intellectual discourse during the 1980s. The works of Edward Said and Gayatri Spivak were particularly influential in encouraging the development of counter-narratives that focused on the experiences of the colonized. This inspired archaeological scholarship to reconsider its interpretations of Greek and Roman colonizations by exploring their impact from the perspective of the colonized. A reassessment of indigenous material culture use revealed that wholesale adoption of foreign goods and practices was not taking place. In a number of arenas, such as Sicily, North Africa, and France, it was demonstrated that indigenous communities were very selective in their acquisitions from their foreign neighbors, from ceramic forms to architectural features. It was also recognized that the rate of take-up could be decades or even centuries after the arrival of the Greeks in particular in a region. Hellenization did not fit with this evidence. Instead, these were regarded as examples of cultural hybridization, regarded as the cultural mixture that arises when practices of diverse origins are blended. In such situations, people create new social and material practices that often combine both colonial and traditional ways, creating a mixture that is unique to the group in question. Hybridization, therefore, is an active process that is driven by social agents and their negotiations and interactions in culture contact situations. By its nature, therefore, it is also a locally contextualized and temporally specific process. It happens in a very particular place at a very particular time. By the turn of the 21st century, study of Greek colonization had taken two distinct trajectories. The first emphasized the diversities of being Greek in Greek colonial contexts, dismantling the enduring notion that Greek colonies were replicas of their mother cities. It also challenged the concept of the Greeks as a unified cultural entity, giving rise to our recognition of variabilities in practice in what it meant to be Greek. The second emphasis focused on the role of indigenous populations in the Greek non-Greek relationship. In this arena, studies demonstrated that the use of any Greek features, whether pottery, architecture, burial forms, writing, or other, was gradual, selective, and always in a manner appropriate to the local circumstances. Often, a resurgence of local practices can be observed alongside increasing integration of external goods and practices. And study of the Phoenicians in the wider Mediterranean has followed a similar trajectory over the same period of scholarship. As a result of these developments, we now find ourselves with various sets of evidence that have created polarizing perspectives. We have those shared practices that gave rise to the Hellenization interpretation in the first place. We now have the variability in practice of being Greek or Phoenician, and we now also have the role of local agency in the impact of Hellenic and Phoenician cultures. Each on its, or the relationship with, each on its own has merit, as generations of scholars, past and present, has demonstrated. There is still the overwhelming adoption of primarily, or particularly, Greek material culture across a wide area. Yet we now also recognize variability in practice when considering what it meant to be Greek or Phoenician. In addition, there is understanding that indigenous populations were active agents in their interactions with other Mediterranean populations like the Greeks and the Phoenicians. For these last two, being Greek or Phoenician in the wider Mediterranean, and indigenous drive in wider Mediterranean engagement, both of which represent bottom-up approaches, the use of foreign or foreign-inspired objects, motifs, and practices are variable and locally significant. To rehabilitate these seemingly contrasting perspectives into an accommodating narrative, scholars have increasingly turned to globalization theories. This is because globalization emphasizes shared sets of practices on a cross-cultural level and variability in such practices between engaged groups. It allows for variable degrees of engagement between groups, and it allows for micro-scale consideration. As a framework of interpretation, therefore, it can accommodate the various material culture patterns scholars have identified in the ancient Mediterranean to support their respective interpretational perspectives. To understand how this can be, it is worth exploring globalization itself. In its original conception by sociologists, globalization was defined simply as complex connectivity. However, as study of globalization processes has unfolded, we recognize that the definition of globalization needs to incorporate an active sense, since groups involved in global type networks engage somehow in those networks, actively and directly, indirectly, or even explicitly not at all, which may also be an active decision about engagement. Furthermore, any participating group modifies features of the connections to meet their needs and aims. It is for this reason that I have defined globalization as processes of increasing connectivities that unfold and manifest as social awareness of those connectivities. These increasing connectivities come with a flip side, which globalization scholarship recognizes, but which tangential engagers often do not, and which the general public certainly does not. Alongside the increasing sense of similarity and accessibility that a globally connected world enables, there is both the development of more pronounced differences and inequalities with those not so closely integrated into that experiential sphere or not involved at all, and also awareness of those differences and inequalities. This means that in any type of globalized system, there are two competing features. The first is the development of shared practices and values that contribute to the sense of one-placeness within such an integrated system, and these derive from a variety of increasing connectivities. This is what is more widely recognized by scholarship and society, those shared practices. Why we go into McDonald's or Starbucks anywhere in the world, and there's a certain familiarity to it. The second is awareness of differences within that system. This is a function of globalization, not just a feature of it. But scholarship and the general public rarely consider this when discussing globalization. This might appear as a resurgence of local identities in explicit contrast to the increasingly shared practices at the globally connected level. That local expressions of identity are also commonly linked to widely different levels of wealth, health, and political power, often heightens such contrasts and the degree of social investment in maintaining cultural difference. The US elections of next week spring to mind. This balance between shared practices that bind and diversities that distinguish participants is interdependent. As a result, a globalized system cannot exist without meaningful consideration of the local. This is because all global connections are played out in local context, which is called the global context. The global does not exist without the local. However, this entire suite of interactions can be assessed at different levels. The global, those shared practices, the glocal, the localized expressions of globalization, which can be considered comparatively, and the local, a more internal looking focus. In other words, globalization by its very nature is multiscalar. It cannot be considered just from one level of consideration. And yet, a number of scholars today feel that the local is not sufficiently considered when discussing globalization in practice. For example, recently, Corinna Riva and Ignacy Grau-Mira have challenged global approaches to argue that they marginalize the non-classical Mediterranean. To counter the view that the greater the scale of analysis, the less room is left for accounts of variability and underlying reasons for such differences, instead, they put human agency at the micro scale front and center. They do so by investigating the relationship of citizenship to urbanism in a particular region of southeastern Iberia between the 6th and 4th centuries BCE. This is point one where it would be useful to have a map. Just imagine southeastern Iberia. I do not mean to dismiss the importance and significance of southeastern Iberia. I am not marginalizing it. During this period, they observe funerary decline in their region, pattern that contrasts with neighboring regions. At the same time, they observe the establishment of territorial sanctuaries where a new cohesion of larger urbanized communities was expressed. And their interpretation focuses on how local individuals and leaders moved to express community ties, obligations, and more inclusive participation. What they do not ask, though, is what prompted these changes in the first place. And for me, lack of consideration of this undermines the significance of their important observations. For example, they observe that the marked decline in cemetery use correlates with the creation of extra urban sanctuaries dedicated to regional territorial guardian deities. Why were these sanctuaries established at this time? What dynamics changed that prompted these developments? They do not ask these questions. In fact, the sites in question are not far from the coast and are situated along well-connected regional routes, including direct routes to areas where settlements strongly associated with Phoenicio-Punic communities were situated and operating as connection nodes to the wider Mediterranean. And furthermore, before the end of the 4th century, their study area itself had become an outright conflict zone caught up in Carthaginian issues. Yet they do not consider the impact of these regional developments in their localized interpretation. Instead, they ask why change in local Iberian society should be explained by connections with the Phoenician Punic world. I'm not suggesting that change can only be explained by connection with the broader world, but I am suggesting that this scale must at least be considered before rejection. It is simply due diligence. But their study makes no reference to the evidence that the region under discussion was caught up in conflict with the Phoenician Punic communities of a neighboring region. Thus, they do not consider any impact this might have had or not on internal social displays. And so to me, this undermines the strength of their conclusions about how local rulers acted to express community ties, obligations, and inclusive participation. Such issues arise because we still have difficulty in managing variability within our data sets at whatever scale or scales we are examining. Think back to Hellenization, when variability was often interpreted as misinformed performances of Greek culture by non-Greeks. Why do we struggle with interpreting variabilities? Partly, this is because the nature of our data sets are such that they are both irregular and incomplete. I describe archaeology as a jigsaw puzzle with at least two fundamental problems. One, we know that we are missing pieces, literally. And two, we're not entirely sure what the final picture is actually supposed to look like. It is one reason why scholars are able to return to the same assemblage or period and reconsider the evidence anew. Managing this in interpretation becomes harder when we are considering different levels of interaction at the same time. Those shared practices that connect at the broader so-called global level, the variability in practice comparatively at the local level, and the particular context itself of each local level. It is for this reason that Matthias Hornes has recently combined theoretical approaches to the archaeology of communities with locality and resilience thinking in his study of changes at two sites in southern Sicily between the 7th and 6th centuries BCE, Butera in the hinterland of Gela and Castiglione in the water zone of Syracusan influence. Hornes does not focus on ethnic identities in his study, but instead explores human capacity to respond to situations of uncertainty and instability by creating new social structures. This is a tenet of resilience thinking. So he's using resilience thinking to look at these changes amongst people, not ethnic groups. This is critical. In his examination of the development of both communities, he observes features that point to a collective identity, such as shared settlement layouts and defensive fortifications. At the same time, the funerary contexts of each were distinctive from one another, serving to build the unique community of each site. Thus, Hornes concludes, while the sites differed in their strategies to create their respective communities, they were nevertheless united through resilient community building, energized by localized differences within an environment of change. It's a great study, but is it really so different or new from approaches that articulate their studies within an explicitly globalization framework? As globalization theorists, including myself, have continually stressed, globalization is inherently local, or as Robertson articulates, it is the local that enables the global to work. Hornes is looking at the active ways in which shared practices and localized differences create and perpetuate in local life. A localized identity is created through considered adaptation of new and traditional things and ways in reaction to increasing connectivities. This, by the way, is how I have explained globalization as an interpretive framework and demonstrated its efficacy in my own 2020 book on the Mediterranean Iron Age. This brings us back to the point raised by critics of globalization more broadly, that we must consider the localized context when considering the broader perspectives. Of course we must. Consideration at any scale begins with the individual contexts that form the basis of local understanding. But local contexts are nevertheless part of broader systems to greater or lesser depth, unless they are truly isolated. Only from local knowledge can we undertake comparative considerations that seek to explore the extent to which an area may be connected to others. This is what a globalization framework allows, for it is about much more than just those broader perspectives. This multiscalar feature is nothing new in globalization theory scholarship, as Roland Robertson has taken pains to point out recently in a 2020 theoretical retrospective, in which he reminds us that globalization can only be explained with respect to its having been globalized. To make this multidimensional image of globalization more clear, I have recently started to characterize a globalization framework of interpretation as a scaffold, And this is the point where a second visual would be useful. And I will use that traditional form of communication of semaphore to illustrate this. A scaffold, a physical scaffold, is a structure, right? We all know what a scaffold is. We see them up on buildings. There are plenty around Sao Paulo right now. A scaffold is a structure that is made up of horizontal and vertical beams connected by perpendicular joints to create a platform that allows elevated working. That's like the engineering definition of this. And then there's some physics involved. Central to determining the load a scaffold can bear is the spacing between the scaffold's physically connecting components. Yes, the video's going. Okay, it's there. Hello, yeah. Okay, let me repeat that. Central to determining the load a scaffold can bear, how much weight it can take, is the spacing between the scaffold's physically connecting components. That air in between is actually fundamental to the physics of how a scaffold works. For globalization as a scaffold, the physical components represent the networks that connect communities. The spaces represent areas that did not engage as directly or even at all with the more connected regions of our ancient world. But just like in a physical scaffold, these zones are as fundamental to our understanding of the entire environment under study as those regions directly involved in establishing and maintaining the networks that make up the connected scaffold frame. Does that make sense to everyone? My point is that all of these must be considered when examining any one scale because they are potentially interconnected. They may not be, but they have the potential to be, so we need to take that into account. Therefore, for the ancient Mediterranean Iron Age, at least, because local communities rarely existed in total isolation from one another, a localism approach should not neglect to consider whether external connections may have had an impact on local developments when examining these local developments. A rejection of external impact may be entirely appropriate for the case study, but to not consider it is not appropriate. Reflecting on this entire debate, there are two important points to highlight. The first is that studies today no longer, thankfully, make a connection between so-called community changes and an ethnic identity. This is illustrated clearly in two recent edited volumes that I mentioned in passing. One is the 2022 Mistaken Identity volume, arising from the 19th Resource Kulturen Conference in Tübingen on Greek colonization and its local impacts around the Mediterranean, which was held in 2016. And the other is the 2020 Mediterranean Archaeologies of Insularity in an Age of Globalization, edited by Anna Kourimenos and Jody Michael Gordon, which derived from a panel focusing on Mediterranean islands from the Middle Bronze Age to the late Roman period at the Archaeological Institute of America's annual conference in early 2017. Decoupling community changes from ethnic identities frees us from past binary notions of who people were or thought they were in culturally mixed or culturally connected contexts. This is a good thing. However, this also risks leaving us without an adequate vocabulary to call any of these people. This is not about an emic or an etic identification or interpretation, but it's actually about our own ability as scholars to discuss a group. A group name is a shorthand for a collective, which in itself will have features that both identify it internally and distinguish it externally. However, there will also be variabilities in those features, some of which may not be part of the distinctive aspect of the group. This relates to my issue that we still have trouble dealing with variabilities. And I think this is what contributes to Riva and Grau-Mira's important observation that investigations into the integration between analytical scales and human agency has led to further focus on connected histories. And this observation is the second important point to note. Riva and Grau-Mira argue that when exploring local variabilities in practice, the upshot often is reinforced emphasis on the broader connections. And my own 2020 volume is the example that they cite with full justification since the book does use local examples to explore the connections between communities, groups, and regions. That was also the point of the book. That was exactly what I was focusing on. Hornis similarly suggests that a narrative that models a Mediterranean marked by connectivity, mobility, and fluidity privileges change and transformation over continuity and persistence. My own perspective is that these views reflect continued misunderstandings of globalization itself because the local rarely exists in isolation. And as any local context evolves, there is always a balance between change and continuity. Not everything changes or persists. While globalization may facilitate heterogeneity, as Robertson suggests, this does not, and I argue should not, preclude also looking at the counterpoint of continuity. We need to look at both. Many studies highlight seeming contradictions between the evidence of emerging shared cultural coinage arising from complex connections alongside increasing localism. We have both happening at the same time. Michael John Versluis argues or observes that the local, the regional, and the global are too often considered as being separate and distinct, but they are not. As he explains, the global is not in and of itself counterposed to the local or regional. The local is essentially included in the regional and global in the same way as the global is made up by the regional and local. He also notes that individuals are perfectly able to navigate these different scales simultaneously in their lived experiences, and we do it every day in our own lives today. Yet, for some reason, we appear to have difficulty thinking this way when we consider the past. As Versluis continues, globalization, therefore, is globalization. The critique that global approaches would deprecate the local or marginal or indigenous and analyze at the expense of micro-historical and bottom-up perspectives is thus misconceived. He suggests that such criticisms are emerging now because scholars of the past are seeking to better understand complex connectivities. The reason, he argues, is because terms like global and globalization have now become ubiquitous in studies of the ancient world. He notes that one of the most important insights to arise from the recent critiques of globalization is true recognition of the distinct locality of our study. This is highlighted by Hans Beck in his 2020 volume, Localism and the Ancient Greek City-State. Eric Kistler characterized this last year as the nexus of localism, cosmopolitanism, and traditionalism. Robertson himself believes that we need to look at the strategic use of the local in relation to the global, which is where the global comes into play. In other words, globalization does not mean that study of the local itself cannot be prioritized, which is what Riva and Graumira insist globalization does. Hence, my description now of a globalization in the round scaffold. While the scaffold frame represents the broader connections, the frame also highlights the areas in between. These areas represent the local. Where they intersect with the frame is the global experience, extending to the local experience in the spaces between the scaffold frames. Ultimately, the entire scaffold system relies upon all of these areas to assess which changes are generated by which forces across the whole system. Without a scaffold, we have no way of understanding what has informed changes, the causation. We will only be left with those correlations. The bottom-up case studies in my 2020 volume evidence that connections did not develop in a linear manner at an even pace, and nor were they stable. Not every aspect of one's lived experience was necessarily touched by globalized connections. What is not part of a globalized network is just as much an informing factor of what is globalization as it is about what is not globalization. And what I did not discuss in my volume is fair game to be researched to fill in our understanding of the spaces in the Mediterranean Iron Age scaffold and how they inform the overall scaffold load itself. In sum, the local is informed partly by its connections with others near and far, indirectly and directly. For this reason, how the local intersects with other scales or not is fundamental to truly understanding the nature of that local. As a result, we cannot consider the local in isolation of other scales, or else we will miss understanding the multidimensional complexity of the past. And without such understanding, we will also miss opportunities to learn lessons from this past to apply to our own futures. Thank you.
So much for this talk. So, now we open for questions. Is that what I have to do now? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, anyone? Você já. Quem que vai traduzir? A Lúcia vai falar inglês? Yes, somebody want to squish in a little bit? So I need to just. Oh, yes.
Philosophy, century and global perspectives, and how not only classical but also Mediterranean archaeology, in a way, erase the context of the Greeks with the people from Asia, specifically from a deeper age, both India, which was in contact with the Greek world, at least from the beginning of the classical period, but also with the people from the steppes, which were near the Black Sea, a region where the Greeks established colony. In post-colonial perspective, should open classical and Mediterranean archaeology to a wider world. Is there, let's say, center periphery or even Orientalism dynamic that, in a subrepeating way, interfere perspectives of European and European language speaking researchers?
Wow.
Just a second. Você pode passar português para que a audiência possa te entender? Just a second, please.
Sure. Professor Rosa, eu estava pensando sobre o eurocentrismo e as perspectivas globais, e como não apenas a arqueologia clássica, mas também a mediterrânea, de certa forma, apagam os contatos dos gregos com os povos da Ásia, especialmente de uma Ásia mais profunda. Tanto a que aqui estava em contato com os gregos desde, pelo menos, o início do período clássico, como também dos povos das estepes, que circulavam em torno do Mar Negro. É uma região onde os gregos estabeleceram colônias. Uma perspectiva pós-colonial não deveria abrir a arqueologia clássica e a Mediterrânea para mais anos. Existiria, então, uma, digamos, dinâmica de sempre preferir o mesmo orientalista que, de uma maneira escondida, interfere com as perspectivas tanto dos pesquisadores europeus como dos de línguas europeias.
Okay, thank you.
It's given me time to think about how to respond to this. This is why theory is so important and why it is so fundamental to have a strong understanding of multiscalar approaches so that we can understand where our biases in interpretation may be coming from. I am hopeful. I'm encouraging the scaffold idea to help fill in those spaces so that we can understand how diverse groups were or were not part of a connected Mediterranean. What aspects did they connect with? What did they not connect with? And how extensive, directly or indirectly, were those networks? I do not like to think in terms of core and periphery, because that prioritizes one localism over another or one cultural group over another. For the similar reason, I do not like to use orientalizing as an idea. It's too, those ideas are too laden with biases of superiority and haves and have nots. And I think it needs to come from the bottom up level to consider from a local level, how does a group or region relate or not with those complex networks around them? Does that partly answer your question?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Good. I have one question for Professor, and it's all right. First of all, congratulations. It's a pleasure to hear about such important concepts like localism, globalism, globalization. For me, it's very important as a young researcher in Brazil. And well, I will start with Professor Tomar. Thank you for your presentation. I read your books and your work, and I agree with you. Share your ideas. Yeah,
It's good.
so a direct question.
Mhm.
All right. You were talking about issues with variability, so we can think globalization, link it with concepts like multiple, plural, diversity, or variable, fluid interconnection. Can we start to substitute both terms like Hellenization, Romanization, and so on, without losing the sociological criticism of imperialism? For
And actually, can you repeat that? The question itself, the last.
yes, can we start to substitute both terms like Hellenization, Romanization, and so on, without losing the sociological criticism of imperialism as countries that were colonized in the past?
I'm not sure I understand. So you want to be able to use Hellenization and Romanization, but shed the imperial idea,
On the contrary, I want
not use them. I agree also. This is why for me, a true globalization concept, which is not just about the global connections, but it's that local, it's that three-dimensional scaffold. In fact, it's four-dimensional because there's a time component as well, is a better model than Hellenization or even hybridization, so we had Hellenization and that doesn't work on its own to consider everything. Hybridization also doesn't work on its own, but because globalization is about multi-scales all at the same time and over a period of time, I think we can look at, we still have those shared practices that gave rise to Hellenization in the first place. We can't get away from that. That is the basic material evidence, but we don't need to describe it or think of it as Hellenization. It's part of the complex connections within that four-dimensional globalization scaffold frame.
Right.
Oh, now you need to repeat the question in Portuguese. I'm so sorry.
Perguntei se nós já morremos, sabe, antigos termos como modernização, romanização e globalização, sem perder a crítica ao pensamento sociológico que é o imperialismo, sem perder a crítica ao modelo imperialista de opressão, essa é a questão. Para mim é possível, como a professora falou, I think it's possible too, and I will defend that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Professor Fábio?
He's over here. You're not in the picture. Should we swap places? Let's shoot go away. Oh, I know. No, you said I can go.
Picture.
Oh, okay.
Vou ou em inglês, cara.
Yeah.
Vou preferir.
Pode ser em português.
Tá. Inglês. Thank you for your presentation. Like I said, it was very good to hear about Dallas as a place of a future interconnection through multiplicity, and specifically about religion. Part of my research that it is in old Samarian antiquity, but I like to think Samaria, Palestine, and Judea, and in the great context of the net of the Mediterranean world, but thinking about it in a local section too, thinking local and global at the same time. My question is, could comparative histories, like a method of analysis, comprehend a globalization as a theoretical angle to study cultural interactions in antiquity? You we're talking about comparative history, comparative connections, interconnections between histories and the past, present, future of futures in Delos. Can we expand that idea in some epistemological way to think that kind of problem that you were presenting us? Ok. Perguntei se histórias comparativas, né, análise de história comparada, histórias comparativas, podem ser uma solução, um método que soluciona a compreensão dessa globalização que a gente está conversando hoje com um modelo teórico para se estudar interações culturais na antiguidade.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will start in English. So I think it's very distinct approaches to global history. To start with a comparative analysis and a connected analysis. So comparative histories can show how something we think is unique to a people or to a context is not actually unique. When we compare with another context, we see that specific features are eventually shared. Connected histories instead do analyze how societies were intertwined, were both woven together. So I think this is two different approaches to study the cultural context in antiquity. I think connected history, such as that made by Tamar Hollos in the 2020 book and previous books, are telling examples of how different cultures can both defend their own identities and create shared practice to be a kind of global culture. And so I am much more fond of connected history than to comparative history.
Thank you. Professor Hans, the last question. I gave a spoiler. How can we, first of all, congratulations for the presentation. I am very interested in hearing your ideas and reading about it. And you were talking about local and global and how can we survive this problem. Yeah, it's something very complex for us because some concepts are very rooted inside of us, inside of our brains. We grow up listening to some narratives that we have to strike first to then have an overview about some problems. in archaeology, history, social sciences. So, how can we observe the macro and micro histories in the broader view of the Mediterranean basin in the long-term duration? How to think local and global in a symmetrical way, in a two-handed way? How can we? eh, a, per- a pergunta é, eu perguntei como a gente consegue perceber as macro e micro histórias ao mesmo tempo, né, o local e o global ao mesmo tempo, numa visão maior de uma longa duração de um estudo sobre a bacia mediterrânea. Como pensar local e global de modo simétrico, de modo de duas, de forma que vai e vem, sem dar nenhuma ênfase a um ou outro. Thank you.
Thank you, because I believe that what you address is a very critical issue, a key issue that we hardly ever mention. Tamar had touched on this, and I'll come back to this in a moment. Basically, you're asking for the relation between scholarly analysis and scholarly narrative. Those are two different things. Analysis and narrative are two sides of the same issue, but they are separate. Herodotus, the father of history, would teach us this. Right? It's narrative exposition and research. Now, we can, as analysts, and all of us, archaeologists, historians, philologists, we do like deep analytical works as we delve into our bodies of evidence. As analysts, we can only do so much. We can take and identify one body of evidence and then kicks in our scholarly expertise, the expertise of the archaeologist, of the linguist, historian, etc. We isolate this body of evidence. And now we just dig deep, knowing that there are other bodies of evidence left, right, and center, and sometimes we don't have them here. Or knowing that within our body of evidence, other methods would actually complement our analytical picture. This is the whole thing about disciplines, right? When we identify as historians, as anthropologists, the moment we say this, we already screen out 90% of things that actually pertain our object of inquiry. So number one, analysis for heuristic reasons is a problem. We need to isolate, segregate, and then dig deep. I myself call myself an ancient world scholar because ideally I do archaeology, history, and strong philological interpretation. But then again, one can only do so much, and many of my colleagues would say I fail on all of it. Fair enough, I'll take it. But I understand analytical problem. That's number one. Number two is the narrative. As soon as we tell the story, by definition, we're taking so many shortcuts and we make and buy into so many preconceptions that our story will never live up to what we would actually like to express. It's like language as such, or a sentence and a text as such. A word as such will never encapsulate what we would actually like to say. If we were to do this with language, our language would become incomprehensible. Right? Just endless mumblings on. It would lack any kind of choice, hierarchy, selection. But we make those choices, hierarchies, and selections as we produce our texts. And there we go, bam. So your preconceptions, and this is what Tamar had mentioned before, your preconceptions are my preconceptions, are local, global. And Tamar said, well, look, why do we have so much problems with realizing in our own world that we roam through these integrated spheres, if I use Fabio's model. Why do we do this in our everyday world, but we can't translate this into studies in our well, I have an answer to this, and I've actually given the answer, because as we roam through the world, we just go with the flow and we experience. That's one thing. Our scholarship is the analytical part, which is subject to everything that I said before. And then we segregate and cut out. However, all this long preface, however, your sheer question and my lengthy answer to this is critical, because it alerts of these things. And that's about the best we can do, or take this as the best point of departure. When I always say the local is implicit in the global and the regional is in between and everything has 50 shades of gray, I'll get it. But it is still hard for me to translate this into text. And here, Tamar and I, at least, who have collaborated and worked in various projects, actually talk about the same thing, although I tend to put more emphasis on the local manifestation, whereas Tamar puts more emphasis on the global manifestation, although we both realize that we talk about the same thing from different perspectives and try to overcome our preconceptions by means of theoretical reflections that are like greens. Green, like it's good for you.
Eat your vegetables.
So thank you for that point. I hope that
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
One question for
Questions?
for you, localism would not best term.
Let me see.
Para você, o localismo seria o melhor. O localismo seria o melhor termo.
I don't. This is a very personal issue of style, but it's not only. In terms of style, I don't like the contraction. I always felt that the contraction is a little artificial. But again, many of you in the audience, in your papers and in your written statements, use the term and just ignore what I'm saying. And this is fine. It's just not my. Here comes the more substantiated answer to this. I think that, okay, we understand that the dichotomy is over, local, global binaries are done. It's more contracted, it's more amalgamated, so it would be glocal again, a term that's been around since the 1980s. But we come to understand, and you all just disagree with me if you feel that I'm overstepping things here, that I'm overplaying my deck. I think globalization research and globalization scholarship has brought about something that I had called a new local ontology. And I rather operate with this local ontology in relation to the global and to globalization, because it has more nuances and addresses the issues that are at stake in a more meaningful way than the contraction. At the same time, my lengthy and wordy exposition tells you that it is, by definition, as a language tool, inferior to the sexy contraction of global. I need many words. Global is just one. It's very Socratic in this sense, right? The more you say, the more needs to be said.
Yes, absolutely.
But I feel this globalization, localization discussion needs more to be said, which you cannot put in a title of your paper. I understand that. But I think we should move beyond the amalgamation and make it clear how we see these dynamics at play. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Apologize for the glitch. Neuroscience. Okay. Apologize for my English. It's little bit since I spoke. So I'm at university. I I have the question reason. But I will give a context. So if I can try, if I forgot some words, I that's good time for this. Only what I can remember. So in schooling, I know that globalization in geography classes is a phenomenon that emerged with the end of the Cold War and uh, in the our field of history and archaeology since the 9/11, the last decades when the podcast and science politicians and the geologists say that is the collapse of the modern globalization. We saw a lot of history and papers and papers saying about globalization in the past times in all the periods you can imagine. Mm, the classes, the college about the modern age is listen about it. More specifically, subject that I very kind of research that subject, but I like a lot and I uh, read a lot about it. That is the end of the Bronze Age, the late Bronze Age. It's a lot of things about globalization there. Now in the Roman times, the Greeks, the Phoenicians, and I eat and for me when I wrote the book, it's about cultural interaction, okay, but it's very different one from the other. And they say that it's the term that for when I read it, it seems like there's almost everything globalization became a ambiguous term, especially when I'm talking in the past times. So my question is, uh, could the term globalization when discussing cultural interactions in the past, like the modern age, the Iron Age, the Roman, or the Great Bronze Age, uh, end up trivializing people term. So is there a similar term that would be more appropriate that means almost the same thing when we say it, but there's no it's different. Yeah. Uh, when we are discussing the subject, it's for the question is for all the three. But, thank you so much. Não, sim, claro. O que eu falei, basicamente, eu estou comentando que quando a gente está no colégio, a gente aprende que globalização é a conexão depois da Guerra Fria, e que a partir do 2001, de setembro, os cientistas políticos, os geólogos, a gente socialmente, os políticos falam de começou a surgir dessa globalização, isso a cada vez, aí começaram cada vez se isolar mais, ok? E desde esse período, a gente vai vendo o tema, né, termo globalização dos artigos, dos trabalhos de história e arqueologia, picotarem e de períodos históricos muito distintos. Eu comentei de um tema que eu gosto bastante, que eu não pesquisar ele, mas eu leio bastante coisa, que eu gosto, que é o fim da Idade do Bronze, o colapso, que principalmente dos anos 2010 para cá, muita coisa vem sendo debatida, e a palavra globalização é muito forte. Também se encontra até no período moderno, né? Das navegações e tudo mais. E aí a minha pergunta é se, por conta disso, o termo globalização não ficou um pouco banalizado e o sentido ficou um pouco ambíguo, e sendo assim, se não teria um outro termo mais apropriado que tem um sentido quando você escuta a palavra globalização similar, mas que não esteja ligado à globalização e tem esse sentido muito específico, envolvendo, por exemplo, o que acontece no Vida na Preta, basicamente estou envolvendo. Obrigado.
So, thank you very much for your question. The short answer, for me, at least, is simploque. Simploque is a Greek term to express what we should call globalization, but that's not the real answer. I think a solution to that problem is first to map the many senses or many meanings of globalization. I think it's very different to treat globalization in singular and in plural. If we take the term globalization as a singular term, that one globalization, such as Tamara Hodos works with, based on Justin Jennings and other scholars, we see a very complex sets of interactions to deal with cultural and economic and time-space relations and changes. If we use globalizations in plural, it refers to a more specific meaning, like such as the expansion of practices and forms and or the movement of people. I personally prefer the plural use of globalizations for two reasons. The first reason is that our own globalization, our own capitalist globalization, is only one globalization project. We have another or others globalization projects. I am referring to thinkers like Milton Santos writing on for another globalization. I think the capitalist Western centric globalization is just one project of integration. And I prefer to analyze or to discuss how world is woven together, the word mondialization. I know globalization and mondialization is kind of interchangeable, but if I have to choose, I will use mondialization to explain the world making processes and globalization in a more specific meaning of expansion of practices or stuff.
I think it's fantastic that you address this issue. At the same time, it doesn't worry or frighten or scare me when I talk to modern globalization scholars such as Jürgen Osterhammel, whom you had mentioned in your talk, and others who say, oh, globalization is a modern phenomenon. It is not right to use this to anything prior to, and then they start 1945 or the British industrialization or 1492 or you know 1498, you name it. It doesn't really, it's a modern thing. It's modern historians claiming labels for today because that's relevant, where all of the other stuff prior to this is irrelevant. Now, the scholarly term to describe the problem is the issue of, it's a mouthful, so bear with me, of anachronistic concept attribution. Are we using a concept to attribute it in an anachronistic setting? We take a modern term and we apply it to the ancient word. Is this an anachronistic concept attribution? The answer is, of course, it is. Just like everything else is an anachronistic concept attribution. When we talk about the Greek city-state issues of state or colonial setups, or slavery in its English version, mondialisation is a different word in French, as Verweltlichung is in German, as is globalization. So even within our own languages today, we have huge semantic gaps. So don't be scared by these modern conversations about, oh, this is ancient, it just doesn't matter, pre-modern. Huh? Anachronistic concept attribution is something that is real and we need to think about. But upon closer scrutiny, we realize that almost everything we do works like that. And that's why we have had endless debates ever since Hegel about the ancient state. What is the ancient state? So globalization theory, and with that, I'll hand it over to Tamar, is something that might appear anachronistic in its concept attribution, but that has helped us tremendously in our advancement and understanding of ancient Mediterranean phenomena from the Bronze Age into late antiquity, and beyond that, in the medieval period, other specialists will be able and entitled to talk to this much better than I.
Just to add to that, I mentioned in my own talk when we're talking about the Greeks or the Phoenicians, we need a way to collectivize. We need to be able to generalize. A term like globalization is a shorthand for variabilities in practices of complex connections, but this is why we have to define what we mean when we use a term like globalization in every word, every article, every book, every lecture. We have to explain and define how we are using it to set those parameters, because there are variabilities in what globalization means in different periods or between different languages, but we still need a means of showing or explaining there's a similar thing here. It's a way of collectivizing, and it comes back to my point, we still have difficulty dealing with variabilities in practice, even in terms of what does globalization mean. It varies, but there's enough of a shared sense of what we're all trying to talk about that we use it as a shorthand. But it's why with theory, it's important to define how you are using a concept like this each and every time.
Can I just come back for a very quick moment? And we hadn't talked about this between the three of us, but each one of us at the beginning of our talks made like a mission statement and a clear like operational definition statement about what we talk about: world and integration, globalization, and the local. We each tried to be transparent, fully aware of the fact that these things are otherwise hijacked and put into different contexts where they wouldn't belong. So we explain how we sort of use these terms and what we associate with them. And all of you will probably do similar things, or will at least face similar challenges, and then your own solutions to those challenges will follow.
Okay. Okay. We got a lot. It's a spicy one, I think. Yes. I mean, it's 43. And so, what is the limit of the instruction of these terms? Yeah, I know.
Are we deconstructing?
No. In general, the idea, basically, yeah, we are dealing with, for example, globalization. So yes, we have this term, and we need to use in different contexts. Uh, yeah. However, what we call it, it's possible to, okay, now let's go, not use this one, let it go. What we could choose instead, for example, well, link myself here.
Use a different, I'm so sorry, I'm asking a different word for globalization.
No, what I mean, for some things, for example, like my colleague was saying, it's like, oh, in this case, well, we should use the, and in this case, you know, but do you think that it's variable to deconstruct the globalization in another terms, for example, or a specific area? Or this is too much?
Make a call and argue your case.
Yeah, that's
So in your own research, whatever your research specialization and field is, I heard about the Bronze Age decay and demise. I heard about the Iron Age. I heard about the fall of the Roman Empire and some of the comments here. Whatever the context is, that's a broad variety of cases. Well, you make your own argument and formulate your own argument. I personally feel that I am deeply disaffected and sometimes dismayed even with the narratives of ancient Greece that I hear and that I read, and that I find that I don't, this is my discipline, but I don't want to repeat those narratives because I find them not just boring, but downright misleading. And thinking and striving for and exploring ways for and toward new narratives has sent me on this trajectory of decentered histories. Or Natalie Zeman Davis is a very important figure. Decentered histories, bottom-up histories, epichoric, that's local histories, in conversations with larger cultural currents. And all of this has sort of sent me on this trajectory. You come to this conversation probably from a different background in terms of like research interests, which will nourish your own disaffections and remedies along the way. But that's as far as
I find myself thinking about mathematics here and the concept of infinity, getting infinitely close to a number, but never reaching that number. And I'm not articulating this very well. This is just the parallel, the analogy that you want to get to this number, you get infinitely closer, but because of the concept of infinity, you can never get there. And yet we also can make a leap to that next number. And it feels to me what there's something similar here. Those variabilities, that's the infinite, getting infinitely closer, but it's still, there's variability there. I don't want to say a leap of faith, but there is at some point, we have to be able to speak collectively. And that's why I do keep coming back to the term globalization as a shorthand, but I always define it. And I have refined my definitions over time. And yes, because there is variability in practice, it's not uniform all the time, everywhere, for every case, which is why it is inherently local and context specific in place, space, time, and whatever it is that you're talking about, a material, object, or a practice, but it's always contextualized in its existence in whatever period place in that past. And maybe there are aspects that are appropriate for how you're interpreting that local context, but other aspects that will not. And that's all part of the variability of any interconnected network because it's not uniform. It's not uniform across place, space, time, experience. So it's that, this is why I keep coming back to that. You're infinitely close. It's that variability. But at some point, we have to be able to discuss collectively so that we all have a common understanding. It comes back to that shorthand as well, which is why the definition, how you set your parameters of how you're using the term is important for that particular localized context.
Because I just use the globalization
Yeah.
term for example. Yeah.
Well, I should add to that I think the three of us like globalization to think. It's good to think, but I think none of us has discussed it in our talks was the process of deglobalization or disintegration. Or deglobalization is a concept that has been discussed in economics of the contemporary world, and I think we should see similar processes in antiquity. It's something like the concept proposed by Ian Morris, Mediterraneization, discussed by both Hans and Tanagra. So Mediterraneization implies that the process of de-Mediterraneization do exists. So I think the relativistic nature of the importance of the local depends upon the strength of integration. So the process of disintegration is important as well.
There you go. That's the next paradigm. Next scholarship for all of this, for everybody. You heard it here now. Fabio started it. There you go. That's it.
But it also tells you how our scholarship is extrinsically informed.
Yeah.
Because globalization was like a big positive, something hard to go thing. This is how this started. Integration was a self-evident value for the longest time of my existence as a thinking individual. Whereas at this time, I realize that the force of disintegration is just as powerful and just as obvious to those who foster it as integration had been. And I think we all witness in our world today how the coming together is sort of counterbalanced by the deliberately drifting apart, which some forces deliberately foster in our world. So disintegration and integration integration seem to be a value in everything. It's not anymore. It's to many societies. I'm sorry to say that, but it's the way they are.
But it's also, it is part and parcel of that, this goes back to what sociologists say about globalization, that with that increasing connectivity at shared levels, there's actually increased difference and diversity, and we have greater differences between wealth and health. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer in these systems. So there's disintegration within the integration, and they are part and parcel of a globalization system. You cannot have one without the other. It is part. It's not just a symptom, but they're actually interconnected.
How do you disentangle this in a narrative?
Yeah, right.
Right.
Same point.
Right. It's part of the same coin. That's exactly it. And you can't have one without the other.
Just a commentary. It just became semantical for a semester, but we were commentating. If you just start to use your own terms and your own ideas, the risk, I think that the big risk is not being able to have conversations, because and you can sense, because if you're so specific can you talk with other people? How can we hold conversations? Of course, the specifics of each object, they have to they have to play in the field. But if we start to be so specific, I'm applying this term to this specific case, the risk is I won't have anyone to talk to.
Right.
And that applies across so many aspects of what we do. If you're a field archaeologist and you work with pottery, are you a lumper or a sorter? And because every shirt is unique and every pot is unique, and yet, unless they're like machine made, but like for our periods. So how do you group them together? Because there's still variability within a shared definition of a category. It's the same thing with globalization. Those practices are shared. They are not identically replicated. I love going into Starbucks in different countries and I take sneaky pictures because the food is different in each one. And the beverages are also slightly different in countries where fresh milk is not so accessible. You're not getting all your 50 million, lattes and whatever.
And there is red wine at McDonald's in France.
Snacks, but it's right. But I mean, this is the thing. So
Yes.
In McDonald's,
they sell soup.
Portuguese McDonald's sell soup.
Soup.
Wow. Okay. These things fascinate me because it's that shared. Well, what is it that gives me that sense of one place it's familiar? It's the shared practices. They are not identically replicated, but they're shared. So we can identify this is a Starbucks, this is a McDonald's because of the branding and the colors and the same plinky plunky music and whatever, and the same type of menu, but actually they're localized differences because it's locally contextualized. So I didn't say identical practices. They are shared. So they have enough similarity that we can group them together. That's your lumper. But there's the variability in practice. That's the sorter. So if you're a sure nerd like I am, or it's all around us. And as Hans and I both said, that we seem to have no problem navigating this balance between shared practices and localized differences in how we navigate our lived experiences day in, day out. But we, really struggle with it when we're trying to reconstruct what life was like in the past, because that's what all of us are doing here. We're all fascinated by what was it like to live 3.5, 2.5, whatever, 1,000 years ago. What was it like to live in that time? And how do we create that full experience that is multidimensional? It's, not even bringing in like the ephemeral, like the smells and the sounds. And, we're trying to reconstruct that whole lived experience. How do we balance the shared aspects with the variability? We're all unique, and yet we're all people, so it's that balance.
I'm afraid we have to wrap up.
Yeah.
But tomorrow and the next days, let's keep on talking, because we were talking and I was thinking, I want to ask about intensity, because it's one thing to think of intensity with globalization in nowadays and what happened in the past in ancient times in the community, and also power play.
Yep.
That's different different strata of society.
So
yeah.
More to come.
Excellent. Thank you.
Great question.
Fantastic. Really thought provoking.
Great feeling.